Welcome, everybody. We are going to begin with Adam Prophet, the Secretary of Administration. And Adam, we've allotted an hour, but I've been told by some of our staff here, the committee, we may need a little more time. We built in that break at 10:50 that we may not need. And so don't worry about going over just a little bit. It'll be us going over with questions.
Okay.
Adam, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the introduction and the warning on that. I was thinking that you would say we wouldn't need an hour, and so you were going to expedite me a little bit here. So my name is Adam Prophet. I'm the Secretary for the Department of Administration. I'm here to talk about the process for the KanCare RFP that's been getting a lot of notice lately. You guys heard, pardon me, yesterday from Secretary Stanek on the contents of the RFP and what the policy ramifications are. That is not what I'm going to be talking on today. Today I'm strictly going to be talking about the process and the timelines and the milestones, because that is the role that Department of Administration plays. We make sure that we adhere to procurement regulations and standards. I also want to warn the committee that I'll be unable to answer any specific questions about potential bidders or anything like that, because the RFP has posted, so we're in that kind of blackout period where we can't really talk about bidders or what's being asked or anything like that. So we'll talk about when that can happen and when we can get back into that. Again, Department of Administration, we administer all procurement for the state of Kansas. But the agency are going to be the subject matter experts, so we will have a role in it, and we'll make sure that things are going smoothly. Again, things are sticking to the established norms and procedures and following statute to a T, but we'll be partnering strongly with the agencies to ensure that they're the experts as we work through the RFP as the evaluation. A little bit of background: the current contracts that we have with the MCOs began January 1st, 2019. They are under contract through December 31, 2024. So we're at that time that we need to put the RFP on the street, because this one does get pretty complicated and in the weeds, and it takes quite a bit of time, so we want to make sure that we're ahead of it. The timeline that we're going to walk through today mirrors pretty closely the timeline that we followed back in 2017, 2018 for the last time that we issued an RFP for this program. So very, very similar there. One other thing I'm going to touch on is that this is what's considered a negotiated procurement. And what that means is we are looking for the best value to provide services for the state of Kansas. That differs from some other RFP types, RFQs or IFBs, which are really low-cost bids. That is not what this is. Negotiated procurement allows us to take in factors like qualifications, past performance, the way in which the methodology in which the bidders are going to conduct the program, as well as what the cost components are. So I just want to make sure that there's a clear distinction there, that it's not just a low-cost bid. So I'm going to move into and spend all my time talking about these two pieces of paper. It should say KanCare timeline on the top, and it's up here on the screen as well. We got page 1 up there. So as I mentioned, the RFP has posted. It went up about a week and a half ago on October 2nd, right at noon is when it was posted to the e-supplier and the portal for the state of Kansas. That was obviously the first step in the process. The next key date, if you will, or milestone date, is coming this Monday, October 16th. There is a mandatory pre-bid conference that all potential bidders must attend. This will be a virtual conference, and there are actually 2 sessions. There's a non-actuarial session where it's more technical and giving some of the information there in the morning. And then in the afternoon, the actuaries can get on and discuss the financials and how the costing is going to be done. But wanted to point out that any bidder that wishes to put a proposal in must do this. That is spelled out in the RFP as well. It's section 3, pages 10, 11, and 12. So anybody who has looked at the RFP should have full access to that information to ensure that they know that it is mandatory. If you move down to the middle section, the big section there, that's a question and answer. That's a pretty important item to note. So any questions about the RFP, any clarifying questions that bidders might need are due by October 23rd. So that is 1 week after the mandatory pre-bid conference. We'll get more updated information from the agencies. 1 week later, all questions are due to Department of Administration. The way that's going to work is D of A is going to collect all the questions. We will de-identify the questions. So when we give them to the agencies will not know which vendors are asking these questions. That's the most fair way to do it. The agencies will have about a month to work through providing clarity on those and providing responses. They'll collect all that information and send it back to Department of Administration in one document. That will then become an amendment to the RFP, and we will post that publicly for all bidders to see by November 28th, 2023 at the very latest. If you move down a couple of slots on the page, the very bottom, the RFP bid closing and the proposals due is January 4th, 2024. So that would wrap up the posting period for the RFP. Moving on to the next page, we move from the RFP posting and the Q&A and all of that into the evaluation phase. And this part will take a couple of months. So on here, we have some of the key milestones and the processes that are going to happen during that time frame. Department of Administration, the Office of Procurement and Contracts, or OPC is what it's called, will review each of the bids that come in to make sure that they are hitting all the requirements and make sure that anything that we send to the agencies only contains the technical components of the proposal. We will not be sending cost proposals at that point in time, just the technical. So it'll take us about a week to get through that. We'll then give the agencies about a month and a half to work through the evaluation of the RFPs on the technical side. That should be wrapped up by February 29th, 2024. It is a leap year, so that is not a typo. I looked a couple of times. From the wrap-up of the technical review, the PNC, or the Procurement Negotiating Committee, will get involved, and they'll do their review and start talking about bringing in cost and looking at the technical review that was done by the agencies as well. They'll be done with that component by March 21st, 2024. Again, these are target dates, but we're trying very hard to stick to these dates. And then the goal is to enter into negotiations with the potential winning bidders on March 22nd. We would enter into negotiations and talk about the components and get a little bit more detail, and then try to award bids by April 12th, 2024. After the bids are awarded to the successful bidders, we are going to allow about a 1-month protest period should any of the non-successful bidders wish to protest. There is a process in place that they can follow if they want to do that. It's about a 30-day process. If they are going to submit a bid protest, they need to make sure they get that in right away. My director of purchases will work through that in a timely fashion and make sure that there is a thorough review of any protest. We anticipate having that wrapped up by May 17th, 2024. At that point, all contracts should be signed and final, and we should be moving into implementation and readiness reviews. And that will be done by the agencies working with their federal partners and whomever the successful bidders are. That will take several months. It'll take us through the end of the calendar year. On December 31st, 2024, the current contracts will expire. And then on January 1, 2025, the new contracts will become effective. And Madam Chair, that is the extent of what I was going to cover. That hits all the key milestones. Again, some key dates. October 2nd is when it posted. October 16th is a mandatory pre-bid conference. October 23rd, questions are due. The bid closes on January 4th, 2024. Hoping to award bids April 12th, 2024. And then go live date 1/1/25. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Are you going to go over the rest of this with that's more in background on the request for proposals?
Yeah, thank you for that. I apologize. I should have mentioned that. I don't plan on going through this. This is appendix material, if you will, but it really details what the RFP process looks like. It's both specific and generic. Generic in as much as it kind of covers all RFPs, but specific in as much as it gives some of the key components that we look through when we do an RFP.
Okay, then we'll open that up for questions.
Very good, thank you.
Committee. Representative Landwehr.
I'm kind of shooting blind here because I can't get my computer to fire up. I think it's updating something. I'm trying to understand the reasoning behind one of the pieces that's in the RFP, and that's the employees happen to be in the Topeka area to work, and then within a 2.5-hour distance away from Topeka. What's the purpose behind that?
Madam Chair, if I may, thank you for the question. Are you talking about one of the policy provisions within the RFP that requires a certain geographical area? I'm unable to answer on the specifics of the policy decisions that went in there. Again, D of A, we're working on making sure that the procurement follows established procurement guidelines and procedures. So that would be an agency question that they might be able to answer a little bit better than I can right now.
So any specifics that we have of what may have been put in it needs to go to the agency?
That would be my recommendation, yes.
So would that be all KDHE?
I'm sorry?
Would that be all KDHE, or would that include KDADS and DCF?
My recommendation would be to start with KDHE for any policy components. If there's something that refers to KDADs, they would be sure to pull in their KDADs partners. That's how this works. KDHE will be the lead state agency on this. They are the lead state agency, as you're well aware, for Medicaid. But to the extent that it requires input from KDADs, they will do that as well. I will again warn that they will only be able to speak to the components that are contained within the RFP.
Right.
They won't be able to talk about any potential bidders or anything else.
No, and that's not the piece I'm looking at.
Yep.
I'm looking at the policy and what went behind that and why we would do that and some of the things that were in there.
She's here for that reason. We can call her up. Secretary of State, Stefanik.
Well, let's get through him, and then we could, there was something, are you going to be here all day, Adam, or be around, or?
I'm going to the Chiefs game this evening, so I was supposed to be off all day, but I'm leaving at about noon. So I'm here till about noon, and then I'm probably not a good person to talk to.
Well, the only reason I asked that, there was something that got brought up yesterday that when you were Medicaid director, that I'm trying to understand what happened between then and what happened now that we can actually do something. That's why I was asking. So.
Sure, I'd be happy to stick around until lunch and then catch you offline if that's okay.
Okay, that'll work.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, other questions?
Sounds like the agency is our
So it
go-to.
sounds like the agency would be next. Thank you. So
good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Secretary Stefanik, would you mind coming to the microphone, please?
Good morning, everyone.
Representative Landwehr?
Have an answer for my question.
Can you repeat that question, because I can't recall based on what section you're talking about, so.
Well, and I don't have my computer up here, so
What was it in regard to, do you remember?
it is the requiring the MCO to have their employees officed here, working out of
Oh, the
Topeka, and be
MCO.
within a 2.5-hour radius. Because I see the benefit, and I think a lot of people see the benefit of them being kind of scattered around the state, being in communities that they actually serve. So I'm trying to understand, what's
Okay.
the thought process behind that?
I would need to pull the specifics, but I think that was related to their leadership team that would interface with the state, or more of their core team. I can't remember the exact language, so don't quote me. That does not mean they would not have regional representation. That would not be the expectation at all.
Do we have a definition for core team?
Well, that's my term today because I don't have it in front of me, but I can get that for you if you let me go back and dig that out, and I'll get that back to you so I can pull that specific piece, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Representative Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Janet, thank you for being here. So can you tell me what the bonding is for, and the length of time that the bond is held
Okay.
in the event that a contractor would leave?
I don't have the specifics. I know that you had asked about that and that we changed it from the last bond. It's been increased. I would have to get that for you, but we spent a lot of time on that topic. I don't know if anybody from legal, or I'll get back to you, but I can get you that today.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I follow up? So can you elaborate on the performance measures or lack of performance measures that are in this contract?
We spent a lot of time on the performance measures. I will tell you that within those, in today's contract, there are a number of performance measures that are unmeasurable. And so we spent a lot of time as we developed the RFP, honing in on what's realistic, what mattered, more like quality versus quantity. And so it covers the gamut from, the customer service to financial, to provider satisfaction, patient satisfaction, obviously, service delivery. We are also, I'll just elaborate on what we're doing from a restructure in the agency. And then on the DHCF side, we are reorganizing our dedicated resources to monitor those quality indicators and the performance measures in a manner that kind of has fallen through the cracks, to be quite honest with you, because it's just time and life goes on and staff turnover and whatnot. So we've made a concerted effort to do that. So I can assure you that we've reorganized those, honed in, and we'll be monitoring them. That is our goal.
Thank you for that,
Uh-huh.
Madam Chair. So could you elaborate on the profit and the reinvestment?
I have to tell you that I was not prepared to address these specific questions today, and I apologize if that was the expectation. I cannot elaborate on that without having the specifics in front of me today.
Okay. One final question. So we're in the middle of applying for a 1915 waiver? And where is that in the process?
The 1115 waiver, we expect, is going to expire, and our new skinny 1115 waiver will be approved by December 31st. Related to the 1915 and what goes in there, I have a timeline, but I don't have that in front of me either, but I can tell you that getting out from under the big 1115 is moving forward.
And we anticipate that these contracts will be issued under a 1915C waiver.
Partly, we would still have some that's under the 1115 skinny waiver. There is on our website, if you want to Google, until I can get back to you with specifics, there's a whole outline of where those waivers are, what we're intending to do and whatnot. I just looked at it the other day because I was looking for something along the same lines. And so I can get that for you, but I can tell you in the meantime, if you wanted to query it, it outlines what's going on there. We will not be under the same waiver. That's correct, though.
Well, and I just want to make sure that we are under a 1915 under these contracts, and I don't know what the time frame is, but
It's going into next year. There's a number of contracts. There's a lot of moving parts, but the 1915 should be into place by next year in '24. So heading into the execution of the contract date, January 1st, yes.
and my concern is exactly what you just said should be in place.
Well,
I
I'm only
know.
saying that because I don't have it in front of me.
I understand, but I'm
Because
just saying-
there's different components of the 1915, and there's different things we might do with an 1115 if we have the freedom out from under the big one, and I guess the term is the skinny one. So I'll get back to you.
And my concern isn't with you, it's with CMS and the approval process.
Understand.
So,
Yes, and how they are. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Understand.
So-
So, yeah, we'll make sure we're on that and get an update, okay?
okay,
All
very
right.
good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Committee, other questions for the Secretary? Representative Landwehr.
I think, Janet, and maybe that's something that we could, find some time to maybe visit on here a little bit later. But
Okay.
just looking at the key enhancements, there's kind of some questions I have on how you perceive these, what are kind of some of the details in them? Because, they're somewhat broad. I think I have a little bit of an idea on some of them, but could we perhaps visit on that later on today, maybe?
Absolutely. And again, we mentioned, not that you have to sit in the public information system, but part of the public information sessions we're having is to go over that very thing, to explain what some of these mean. We couldn't report other than high level for now, but we took a lot of time and great care in how we tied together the stakeholder input into those things that we did build into the RFP for the bidders to respond to, and to respond to in a much different way than they did the last RFP. It's very much more a response, a query response versus an outline of check the box, yes, we can do that, no, we can't type of thing. There was a little bit, that last one leaned a little bit more that way than we were comfortable with, if that helps.
Adam, you raised your hand. You had something to add here.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry to jump in here. I think just to reiterate one of the points that I made, and I understand that answers need to be presented to the Legislative Oversight Committee. That's why you're here. I think some of the bidders may have some of the same questions. A lot of that's going to be ferreted out, and some more technical detail will be provided through the Q&A session that I spoke to as part of our process. So again, that will be made public in mid to late November. So Secretary Stanek's team is working through some of these answers. We'd be committed to also providing that amendment, that public document, which should answer some of these questions as well by November. Just want to make sure that folks knew that that information would also be publicly available here.
continue.
So does that mean that perhaps some of the specifics that I may want in these here cannot be given to us today?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just suggesting that there may be some answers that Secretary Stanick's team could be working on, but somebody else might have questions. All that information is going to be made public, and anybody, if there's a potential bidder that has a concern about anything or a question about anything, they've got the opportunity both on Monday to discuss that and also through the Q&A session. We'll collect that information. We'll put it into a consumable format. We'll make that public in November.
Okay. Because like, just, glancing through just this particular list here, it's like on the, where's the maternity piece? Improve prenatal and postpartum care, including requirements for maternity care coordination. So it's like, okay, what does that mean versus what it is that we're doing today? I'm wanting to understand because we've done expansion with some of that, so kind of what some of the changes that we're looking at doing.
That just high level, and I won't belabor it because I think what Adam's saying is going to answer a lot of your questions, if you could give us a little more time on that, but
That's in
that has to
November.
do with the supports. It really has to do more with the supports that they'll be surrounding the non-traditional supports of a doctor, nurse. What else are we doing? Are we making sure mom has diapers, a community health worker, all of that stuff? What are we doing to help from I think I'd say one idea, so one thought of what we kicked, it's a social service aspect of it. You know what I mean? You need more than you need behavioral health supports. You don't just need the female OBGYN kind of support. You need all other things, the whole person care kind of model. What are we going to do for that? And that's kind of what we've built into it.
Well, and kind of, if I may, Madam Chair. Just following up on that issue there is we may have organizations out there that do that today. Is that really a function of basically health insurance that we've expanded beyond health insurance in our Medicaid program? So that's somewhat disconcerting to me. Because like we have pregnancy resource centers, 50 some of them scattered across the state that do just that, help with diapers, or with the mom 2 years after the baby's been born, a whole family unit, not just mom, because the family can be an issue. So that's a little bit disconcerting that we're going beyond health insurance in our Medicaid program, and I know that some of the value-added benefits have done that, like transportation and things, and I understand why those were necessary. Another one that kind of sticks out to me here is expand the behavioral health provider network by contracting with specific provider types. What specific provider types?
We could get you that information, and I will get that to you. I don't want to speak without having a more educated answer or more collective answer from you. But if those are along the lines of your questions, that's great. If there's Madam Chair, if there's a way that your committee would like to get a list to us after this meeting or have a special one-off session, I would offer that. We could do that remote if you would like, or online, to get down to some of those, and I'd have the more appropriate team members that worked on the RFP with us there to address some of these questions. I don't think it's terribly far off from what's done today. It's more of an enhancement, that with the model of what Medicaid, what we cover. It's more of the world's moving in a different direction with patient care, is all I'd say, compared to even 5 years ago.
So if we just look at this list here, if I understand what you're saying is that you may not have the details to provide me if I went over each one of these issues with you later today.
Later today, I can do my best to get you some, yeah.
Okay, all right. No,
More
that's,
than I'm giving you right now. So, and again, I was unprepared to answer these, so I apologize.
all right.
Representative Ballard, then Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go over just the fundamentals. When you were putting this RFP together, I'm assuming there were several entities that you discussed what needs to be included in it, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I'm also assuming, and I'm using the word assuming because I don't know, you would have looked maybe over minutes from previous KanCare, our meetings, to know what people were testifying to and carrying on. then also the direct care workers, did they have input into perhaps what we should be looking at?
Yes, in yesterday's presentation, there was a note about stakeholder input. It noted a couple of meetings, but the stakeholder input is ongoing. There's an Excel spreadsheet that is miles long, just like your list here, that outlines who the party is, third party, what their concern was, what they requested be considered in the RFP, what it related to, and then that was taken line by line, incorporated into things that we were, first of all, you take the old RFP to see what you need to do, then you enhance that or make the changes of categories or things you want to address in a different way. Then we did a cross-reference. We had Mercer Consulting Group here. They've been the same consulting group working on the RFP since KanCare was founded, so to speak, in 2012. And so they had a lot of history, and they know our stakeholders, so we cross-referenced a lot of that. So I can assure you that there was a lot of stakeholder
And
input.
then I also will make the assumption that you had to look at what CMS was requiring
Yes,
and
and
how we have to meet those deadlines. Am I correct?
absolutely, and how it worked. And so to say that every piece, and I noted this yesterday, but you wouldn't remember my quick presentation, but we weren't able to put every single thing that was requested because it either wasn't allowable by CMS or it was infeasible or there was a statute. So a lot of cross-referencing, an army of people working on all of that. But yeah, absolutely, CMS, you know, that's where we start, right? But I think for the most part, the stakeholder groups and our partner groups will be happy to see what we've put in it. Now, you know, executing on it, we've got to follow through once we get all the bids and select the contractors and whatnot. But I'm feeling confident we have the right team in place between our agency and Secretary Howard's agency.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to elaborate on what we were talking about with the bond committee, many of you were here when we went through a mayor group and they left. We had a $5 million bond. They were able to redeem that bond in 18 months. Arguably, our providers were stuck with $7 million worth of unpaid bills, and we had nothing to go on because they'd already redeemed that bond. So in that question that you're going to give me more information on, what is the redemption time also?
Okay.
I understand that the bond is $20 million. A friend of mine phoned me or texted me. It's a $20 million bond, which I am more than happy with. The redemption time is probably more important even than that if we get a bunch of providers and they're stuck with, you know,
Right.
arguably $7 million worth of unpaid bills when a provider leaves. So,
We'll get you that detail.
Okay.
We spent a lot of time on the topic. I will tell you that. We compared other states. We took language from different contracts, and then we landed as a committee on what we would do. And I knew it was higher, and we appreciate your recommendation on the bond.
sure, I don't ever want to go through that again.
I understand.
So a couple other questions, Madam Chair. So on one of your key enhancements here, enhanced consistency for pharmaceuticals, including compliance with the state's preferred drug list and pharmaceutical policies. Can you elaborate on that? Are we not doing that now?
Madam Chair, if I may, and Adam Prophet, Secretary of Administration, what I do not want to do is stymie conversation, so please hear me when I say I don't want to stymie conversation. What I do want to ensure is that we're following established norms and procedures of the procurement process. We're getting pretty weedy and getting into a lot of the questions about this. Any information that we share in any setting needs to make sure that it is collected in a public format and also provided to all of the bidders as well. So I just want to make sure that we're not getting too far afield or too down into the weeds, such that it's going to cause us some issues with the process of following the standards of the procurement process. Any questions that the committee has and directs towards the agency, my request would be that they actually come to the Office of Procurement and Contracts, so Todd Herman would be the director there. Any questions about this need to roll through his office so we can follow that process, make sure we get everything typed up and answered in a very comprehensive format, and then post it in a very public fashion so that everybody is getting all of the information all at the same time, and there's no dispute about, I heard this, I heard that. So I just want to make sure I'm putting guardrails on the committee if I can for the procurement process. Again, not trying to stymie discussion. I'm not trying to cut the committee out. I just want to make sure that I'm clear about what the ramifications could be if we step outside of those established norms. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the caution. However, that's part of the purpose of us discussing the RFP. And if you do feel there's something that, as the Secretary has said here, I can get that information to you or something of that nature. But we do have some concerns about what we're seeing, and we would like to at least voice those today.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, not trying to stymie discussion. I just want to make sure that we are establishing
Appreciate
the
those
procedures and
guardrails.
protocols, because that greatly helps us have a good product on the backside. And that's exactly what everybody here wants, is quality product for quality services.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Representative Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate that, Adam, although I'm not, I think we're on the World Wide Web here. This is not going to be personal information or anything like that. This is part of the process. That's our job here as this Oversight Committee, is to understand this RFP and be involved in it. And just by the separation of being under the executive branch, there's enough separation, but we still are responsible for what we're responsible for. And I'm kind of disappointed that we're in this vacuum, I suppose, of not being able to answer these questions that are, I think, very pertinent for this committee to understand and know.
Representative Ruiz?
Secretary Stanek, thank you for being here. I took part in a couple of those public information sessions and to give an input into what we think that the community was wanting. And I know there were a lot of other folks that attended also, and I'm happy to see that there is something regarding interpreter services that made it in the RFP, and I think there were plenty of us that spoke loud enough and asked for that, so I want to thank you for that. Is there still opportunity for public information or public response or anything like that?
The
Is that over?
RFP is out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's out.
Okay, so it'd be out. Okay.
What's built in it is built
It's built
in.
in. Okay.
You know, I suppose that if there's feedback that comes some way during a negotiation process, there might be something, but there won't be formal
Okay.
call out for any more public input now.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the committee? I have a couple.
Okay.
One is, and will there be any preference given to our current MCOs in that they've been doing this, et cetera, that they have the experience?
You want to answer? I'm going to have an answer from a procurement perspective.
Yeah, and I guess that in this, you're not going to like this answer, but we cannot speculate as to who or who may not bid on this. You know, the bids will
I
be due
understand.
January 4th. At that point, there is a review process, and there's a protocol, and there's a methodology by which the agencies will go through the technical review, and that is posted alongside the RFP itself. So all the information on scoring is available. It's transparent. Everybody who will be bidding or will consider bidding has access to how we're going to do the technical review. We just can't speculate about who may or may not bid on it.
I guess I didn't ask you to speculate. What I was asking is, if a current MCO, is there something built in about their experience having already worked with Kansans? They already have a population of people that I'm curious if that's taken into consideration. The reason I'm saying that, Adam, I'm going back to something you said about it's not just the low bid.
Correct.
So if it's not just the low bid, what are some of the other factors that we're talking about?
Sure, and I guess, Madam Chair, and sorry if I cut you off, I might point you to the supplemental document that you asked me about, and on that first page, and then one of the first paragraphs, it gives some examples of types of things that could be considered. That list is not to be exhaustive or all-inclusive. There are other things, but past performance, whatever that means, wherever they might be, methodology by which they're going to implement these, some of the technical proposals that they're bringing that are meeting the standards there. So a blend of them. And again, the evaluation and the tools by which we're going to evaluate are posted and very clear about how we'll do that.
Thank you. That's what I wanted. That's
Yeah,
very
thank you.
helpful. The other thing is, and this is for Secretary, So you said something about Medicare to Representative Landwehr, that Medicare is moving beyond traditional health care. Would you explain what you mean by that?
No, I said healthcare was moving in, healthcare, what my comment was, it's a personal comment from working in healthcare, is just the support services and social determinants of health is different than it was 5 years ago when we bid. We didn't have language like that to the level that it is today. We might have had something related to that, but what I'm saying is healthcare takes into account a lot more than just going to the doctor and having a visit or an ER or hospitalization or we have behavioral health, as you know, is integrated with primary care now. What are we going to do? Everyone, that's the topic of the nation. As you know, we have a crisis in mental health. So my comment was a personal comment based on my experience that the world is changing, and so that RFP is written to reflect some of the new challenges and opportunities we're facing in healthcare delivery.
And I share Representative Landwehr's concern about that. Often social determinants of health is, in some of the webinars, some of the conferences that I've attended, turns into, people would have a better health care outcome if they had better housing. So maybe we should include housing in this. They would have a better health outcome if, so therefore let's include that in Medicaid, or let's include that in health care. I just want to caution that we don't go that route, that we stay within the boundaries of what we think of as traditional health care and traditional health insurance. We don't see health insurance companies covering housing. We don't see health insurance companies covering that. Now, when it comes to mental health, behavioral health, that has been a part of health care. Not uncommon for a doctor to refer someone to a psychologist, a psychiatrist, be aware of some of those concerns. That's part of health insurance. So just that's why you see some of the concern here with value added. If an MCO wants to do an additional value added outside that's not paid by the taxpayers per se, but to stay within the healthcare realm. Does that make sense?
I hear you. I hear you. Yes,
Right.
I understand what
you.
your concern is.
Committee, do we have other questions? Yes, Representative Landwehr.
I guess your comment that we have different things and that we're looking at today in healthcare that we didn't 5 years ago, I think I would be interested when we have our discussion later. What are those things? Or if you can answer them now, I
Well,
think
the
that would be
behavioral health
good.
integration with primary care is a major topic.
And how does that integration work today?
It's working related to, I can't speak to our own Medicaid program, but I could say there's opportunity for improvement across the nation. I mean, I can get you information on models that are out there where primary care and behavioral health they go hand in hand. So what
guess I'd
level
like
of
to see-
primary care, what level of behavioral health is the question? Again, I don't want to get too far off topic of RFP, but
Right.
I'm happy to answer that later.
Yeah, and just focusing in on that piece there, it's like I would like to see, how you see that integrating, because I don't see it as much, I think, as you do, so that's why I'm interested in seeing that. But I think what do you see that's different today that you feel got put into this RFP because it's different today?
Okay.
That's the pieces I think that we're kind
Okay.
of confused with.
Okay, thank you.
Janet.
Thanks for clarifying.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to follow up on just part of a question that was asked previously about bidders. I'm familiar with RFPs. The university has multiples. But one of the things I want to comment on is regardless of who the bidders are, whether they're the current ones, which I would use as incumbent, okay? They're in that position already. And then we have brand new bidders. We have to evaluate them on the same level. I'm assuming, but I know we do, in terms of everyone has level playing field coming in. And then we would have what we would call preferreds of things that we would like them to have. But, they have to have the requireds, then you have to have the preferreds. So when we're judging the bidders, we put them all on the same level basically, whether they had the experience or not. And then when we narrow it down, how do we handle that in terms of making the final selection?
If I may, Madam Chair, because we're getting back to process here, Adam Prophet, Department of Administration. Again, we can't speculate as to who or who may not bid, but the scoring that will be applied to each of the proposals will be scored across the board in the same manner for anybody that may bid on this proposal. And that's really the best way that I can answer that. So as bids are come in, there, again, the scoring methodology and what we're going to be looking for and how it's going to be scored is posted alongside the RFP. And everybody reviewing that will be looking at qualifications and whether or not it meets the scoring criteria that we have, and everybody's going to be treated fairly and equally.
Okay. Madam Chair, I asked that question because a new bidder could be somewhat intimidated by thinking, well, they have done this before, I don't stand an opportunity in doing it. But if they're going to be scored across the same, and then you get towards the final selection, then I think you have to like pull out who has the best qualifications. But initially, everybody has to be across the board, or why would I bid if I knew the person already there would have more sway? So I just want to make sure that it's known across the board, regardless of who you are, you will be judged the same across, if you met all the requirements of this RFP.
Correct.
And then after that, it's up to how you decide.
Correct. Again, the scoring will be applied consistently across each of the bids that are received.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Carpenter.
So at what time will we have estimates on the increased cost of this new RFP?
I can't answer that. I can get you that information.
Adam, at what time can we expect estimates on the increased cost of this new RFP, or if there is any, just a cost? I mean, my deal is I don't want this to be an RFP that's handed to the legislature and say, you pay for it.
Yeah, I understand the concern, sir. Appreciate the question. On the process and the timeline that we reviewed the other day, again, the technical proposal will come first. That will run through, I believe it said March 21st, if I'm not mistaken, mid-March. And then we'll be looking at the cost proposals. And a lot of that's going to be dependent upon how the cost proposals come in. And then candidly, not to get into Secretary Stanek's lane, but how CMS views what the capitation rates are going to be, because there's a calculation that goes in that they have to be actually sound within a rate range. So I can't answer the cost question today, but that will be part of the review process in mid to late spring.
So will that be before the legislature convenes in January?
No, the bids are due until January 4th, and then the technical review will be first, and then we move into the cost review in a later part of the phase to make sure that we've covered the technical review.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Committee, other questions? My final question is the reason that I asked that question, Adam, about will the current people get, I'm getting this look of Senator Baumgartner, don't forget about her. Senator Baumgartner, will get to you in just a minute. I was just saying this is my final question, and then I will get to Senator Baumgartner. And that is, as a health insurance agent, my concern has always been for my clients of continuity of care. And so I would think that that would be one of the questions of, Kansan has been with, throughout Aetna, Sunflower, United. For 4 years, they have their contact person, they know how this works, they know who the providers are, et cetera. And so how will you give them the continuity of care that they would need? So I'm assuming that that would be part of the RFP process for any, and I'm all for having new bidders. I think that's great. I like to see competition, but I would hope that that would be part of it, is let's not forget the people that are currently on the plans and the continuity of care for them.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I guess, again, going back to my comments, all bids will be scored and reviewed equally and equitably across every single component of it. One of the items that I didn't go into great detail on the timeline on page 2 was as soon as the bids are awarded to whomever they might be awarded to, there are implementation and readiness reviews that the agencies are going to be working through. No matter whom wins the bids, there are obviously going to be some changes within the program, so there's going to be a lot of coordination that happens there. But part of the process of wrapping up and awarding the bids in April and having the bid protest period done by May is to allow the agencies to work through whatever they need to work through, whether that's readiness reviews with the new requirements, whether that's with their federal partners, or should there be a change, having a plan in place for continuity of care. And that's not specific to KanCare, by the way. You know, there are other, obviously, lots of contracts across the state, and that's something that has to be considered if there is a change in a vendor. Not suggesting there will be, but if there is a change in a vendor in any state contract, the agencies are charged with ensuring that there is a transition plan in place and that there is no gap in service for whatever service is being provided. So absolutely hear the concern, and that's built into the timeline.
And of course, you would agree that a contract with other bidders on various things like who's going to provide maintenance or who's going to provide other things is very different than who's going to be overseeing the health care, of people, right? And so my question is, how will they specifically, what is your plan for how you would intend to do make sure continuity of care is there? That I'm hoping that you are asking each of those that are submitting an RFP how they would specifically do that. Thank you, Adam.
High level tell you that that's been well built into the RFP, and the bidders do have to respond to all those, what you've just mentioned.
Very
So,
glad.
Yes,
very glad
we've
to hear
addressed
that.
it. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for waiting, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious if we and the bidders will not have clarifications till November, does that give adequate time for them to get their proposals in and for us to give feedback? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for the question. I believe the answer would be yes. And again, as I don't know if you were online earlier, Senator, but the timeline that we were following for this bid very closely mirrors the timeline for the process that we did back in, late 2017, early 2018. The answer is yes, is the short answer. Again, as questions come in, we at Department of Administration have committed to getting the questions to the agencies as soon as they come in, so they have time to assemble the appropriate groups and start working on those. The November 28th deadline that I gave for responding and posting those is the latest possible date that we want to get to. We're certainly going to target having the answers posted by November 22nd. Key, though, is making sure that we have a comprehensive answer such that everybody has the clarification that they need. So between November 22nd or November 28th and then January 4th, that should provide adequate time for bidders to adjust or take into that consideration as they're submitting their bids.
Thank you very much. Did you have a comment, Janet?
No.
Okay.
No.
Go ahead, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you. I guess my only concern is, I certainly have listened and heard some of what's been shared by my colleagues, particularly some of those that came from Representative Landwehr. And I think I don't see how the Joint Committee can meet prior to what's scheduled unless leadership approves an additional meeting. So I'm just not seeing that opportunity for feedback, but thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Landwehr.
I guess, and I don't know if this is for you, Janet, or for Adam, but I think one of my concerns that I'm having as I'm, looking at, in trying to, read between the lines of what you may be proposing in your RFP, is I'm seeing I would say potential, but I don't think it's potential. I think it is real that there's going to be a lot higher fiscal note on this. And then my question then to you guys is, are you projecting to put a lot of these items into caseloads, or will they come out separate? Because that changes the fiscal note. Because I think right now I'm seeing tens of millions of dollars in this RFP, and I don't have to have the details.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. As I referenced earlier, I don't know what the total cost of this is going to be, but as it relates to the caseload, anything that would be in capitation rates, generally speaking, runs through the caseload process. So the short answer would be yes. And again, the caseload is a process that is agreed to between legislative research, the agencies, and division of the budget. We all come to a consensus on what we think the costs are and ensuring that they are following what should be in a caseload. And that information is presented to the legislature and gone through in great detail. So short answer, yes, it should be in caseload to the extent that is in capitation rates. But I can't answer any cost questions right now.
Yeah, just go to Will.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you will post this, the meeting of for the RFP folks on the administration website, the YouTube link, so that we can view that?
The public meetings?
Well, I don't know if that meeting will be public. It'll be the meeting with the MCOs.
Oh, that one, I can't speak to that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, no, that right now the plan is not to do that. We have a link that we're going to be providing to anybody who is interested in attending that, any of the bidders that are interested in attending that, and it's a virtual meeting, but we don't have access to a way to post that on a legislative streaming service, and that wasn't the plan.
So we won't be able to view that meeting ourselves?
At this point, I do not believe that that would be the case, no. It's technical details that the MCOs are asking and that the agencies are providing, and then the second part, again, would be the actuarial conference with the state's actuary.
So it's proprietary?
Potentially.
Okay, and then, Madam Chair, one more question. So this might be a good thing to start. You could, if we don't have any idea what this is going to cost, maybe you could compare other states that have done similar RFPs and replace their MCOs to see what kind of escalation of costs that they had in those states. I know Nebraska did theirs last year, Iowa did one. Could you compare that to give us a ballpark figure?
I can talk to our consultants that help us with the RFP on that. I think one of the challenges of comparing states to state is the way that Medicaid is structured. Some agencies are carved right out, like in Missouri. Medicaid's its own agency. They're not part of like another agency. And different services are broken out. So although we interface well with KDADs, we have this dotted line relationship and it all rolls up to us. It might not be like that in other states. So we'll get you some kind of answer. I think it's just too early to tell you cost, and the intent is not to blow anything out of the water as far as new costs or anything. So I think you need to respectfully let us work through our process, and we hear your concerns and you want numbers, and we'll give you as much detail. But I've got to call more people into this conversation, including actuarials and so forth. So we'll try to get what we can.
Yeah, I don't disagree
Sooner than
with you
later.
at all, but it's better than nothing.
Okay. Yes. Understood.
Representative Landwehr.
I kind of guess, I think Representative Carpenter, and a question that we may need to ask as legislators is if we will have any authority that when it comes time to approve funding for this, to make changes in the funding. Because we can't get the answers that we, kind of need before that. Because I tell you, I mean, I've done this a lot of years, and I'm calculating numbers that are really kind of frightening, and I think Representative Carpenter's doing the same thing. So I think that's something that we need to check into. Thank you.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have what I would call a cost range, do we?
In what way?
It just like if I was advertising a job, I would indicate in the job that this job pays between 230 to 260. So there's a price range across, okay? But did we have one when we first did this in, 2017? Because, this part of it started with the for-profit 3 in 2013. So we're looking at that. but did we have a price range at the time we established this with the three
I can't answer that
vendors? And do
question.
we have something now that says it's within this range that they can expect to be paid? I didn't mean to stump you, but I'm just trying to think, because we're talking about costs getting out of control, but do we have a amount in mind that we have to stay within, or is it just wide open?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair, if I may. Going back to your question in 2013 or even 2019, when this most recent iteration was included, to the extent that the 1115 requires a budget neutrality component, there is that's available, and that's a very technical term that I won't get into. I think you guys have heard about that quite a bit over the last couple of years. So that would be a proxy for a cost estimate. As it relates to this, again, a lot of the information on cost would come. I don't want to set a cost because part of the process with the RFP is looking at a cost proposal from each of the respective bidders, and we need to make sure we give them the authority to run through and look at everything that's in there and identify what their cost is going to be. So I don't want to skew any of the results of the RFP in any manner.
Okay, now that's a good point. You've answered one part of what I was thinking of. Each person making the bid determines what it's going to cost them to do it.
The cost of the program is a component of the bid, yes.
Okay, so then it's wide open. Then after that, you select from there, and it could be the lowest, and maybe it could not be, but each one. Okay, I got you.
Thank you.
That answered my question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Committee, some of you are asking what we're looking at, and Elizabeth sent us an email yesterday, and it had 2 links. And the second link is the fact sheet for KanCare, Medicaid, and CHIP, capitated managed care requests for proposals. So it's the RFP, and the concerns that many of us are having are the key enhancements to the KanCare program and what are those enhancements necessary? Have those enhancements been approved? What might those enhancements cost? Committee, other questions? Thank you both so much.
Thanks a lot. Take care.
And committee, next we are at 10 o'clock, and we are we're going to welcome virtually Marcus. Marcus, I always say your name wrong. I'm going to take a stab. Bjorkheim.
That's excellent.
Sorry?
That was excellent.
Yay, I love it when that happens. He's with Mercatus Center at George Mason University. He's going to talk to us about what are other states doing on mental health. Welcome to committee. And Marcus, I've been told we can't see you and also see your PowerPoint. So we'll go with your PowerPoint, nothing against you.
Do you see my my slides now?
We do, thank you.
Okay,
Please
great.
proceed.
Okay, well, there we go. There we go. Okay, well, thank you, first of all, very much for having me. Like you said, my name is Marcus Bjorkheim. I'm an economist with the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. And I am grateful to be here today to talk to you guys about what other states are doing about mental health at the moment. So, sort of to set the stage, how I think about this as an economist working on mental health is that we have sort of a two-pronged problem. Mental health outcomes have worsened nationwide for a long time. So I'm going to show you just, this is over the last 10 years. We see there's been significant increases in symptoms of anxiety, depression, mental health distress, no matter how you define it, large increases that mostly precedes COVID. So unfortunately, it's not just COVID made things worse. This was going on before the lockdowns. And the other clear part is that it's primarily or most apparent among young people. You see people ages 18 to 24, the blue line here from 2010 to 2019, almost a doubling of the people in that age category that classifies basically half of their time as being in mental health distress. So that's not good. If you ask young people similarly, how many have seriously considered attempting suicide, right? A very serious indicator of mental health distress. We see large increases in the 10 years preceding COVID. So this is the first prong. Mental health outcomes have worsened, and we have good reasons to want to do something to alleviate that pain. But the other prong of this problem that I want to emphasize as an economist is that we have this huge shortage of mental health providers. Roughly half the country live in areas that are designated mental health shortage areas, meaning there's not enough mental health professionals in their area to serve the needs in that area. Another statistic that might be helpful to think about is the unemployment rate for psychologists is under 1%. So what this means in practice is that if we try to fund some new project or aim mental health resources towards the people that are hurting the most, I'm not saying that's necessarily not something we should do, but it does mean that those therapists, say we send therapists to schools, those therapists would have been treating someone else somewhere else had we not done that. So this does make the policy question a little more difficult. So what I'm going to do is review what states are doing on mental health and the evidence behind it in light of this two-pronged problem of worse mental health outcomes, but this big shortage of professionals. How can we alleviate that pain without merely shifting providers from one group to another? And so I think a lot of people are going to want to target resources towards especially vulnerable groups. Like I said, that might be a good idea, but we do have to keep in mind that those professionals, if we try to shift resources towards one group, they would have been treating someone else. So on net, it's not clear that that would be an improvement. So I think we do need to keep this in mind. The good news, and what I'm really here to talk about, is what states are doing on this issue in terms of increasing the supply of mental health professionals. So there's various ways we can do this, and that states are doing this. But the key theme is to expand what existing providers are able to, are allowed to do, so that the existing providers can treat more people. So states are doing this by expanding prescriptive authority. Telehealth is another option. There's the psychology compact. So we'll get into these, but these are the highlights. Expanding prescriptive authority for psychologists. Essentially, psychologists have long training in treating people. We can, states are, including New Mexico, Louisiana, Illinois, Colorado, Iowa, Idaho, have authorized psychologists to prescribe certain medications in certain situations. Shorthand, let psychologists prescribe Prozac. with training, if they have training in psychopharmacology. Essentially, this is the kind of policy that lets, instead of having one patient go to one therapist and a psychiatrist, we can make the availability and the supply of providers stretch further by letting a psychologist prescribe certain medications if they're already treating a patient, right? So the evidence on this is coming in. Child reimplantments actually find less mortality from self-inflicted injury in New Mexico, Louisiana. So that's quite promising. We have a good handful of states already doing this. So that's one area. So similarly, nurse practitioners, they can do more. We can let nurse practitioners prescribe certain medications, do more tests without physician oversight. In 23 states and DC, we have done this at the moment. And here too, the evidence, is coming in positively. Mental health improvements on the population level, and even suicide reductions from this kinds of expanding the scope of practice for existing providers. Another policy in this area, and I think it's a great example, is pharmacists. So pharmacists can, they, by definition, they have long training in pharmacology. We can let them prescribe certain medications. So the Idaho model, I think, is an interesting example that I'll just show you. In Idaho, in 2011, pharmacists were allowed to prescribe fluoride supplements. It's kind of the most, it's kind of a no-brainer. Then later on, this authority got expanded to include opioid antagonists, so naloxone, immunizations of children, tuberculosis tests, tobacco cessation. Essentially, after continually revisiting this issue, Idaho got tired of doing this every year, opted for a broader set of reforms that are expanding what existing providers can do without, and thereby treat more people. The evidence here too, fewer delays for time-sensitive medications for Medicaid beneficiaries. Shashir Shakaya and colleagues wrote a good paper on this. And it might seem that pharmacists can't prescribe that many medications, but maybe it is exactly when someone can't get in touch with their provider, or their provider is out of state and they have to go, there's just long physical distance to go see them, letting pharmacists do more in cases like this. Maybe that's exactly when you can avoid those worst outcomes. So the Oregon model is similar. I think my screen is cut here, but essentially they delegated, they established some criteria for when pharmacists might be allowed to prescribe certain medications, and then let the pharmacy board decide exactly which medications, etc. So that's another option, well worth considering. So telehealth, I think we are all aware of the big change in telehealth with COVID. I think the evidence is still out. The jury is still out exactly on how effective it is. But in this lens of shortages of professionals and big mental health problems, it is one way that current providers can treat more people, in that if someone in a rural area if someone far away, we can communicate electronically like we're doing now, existing providers can treat more people. I think it's well worth continuing with the telehealth expansions that took place during COVID. About 20 states have long-term interstate telemedicine agreements at the moment. So that's still promising. There's also the psychological compact, essentially let psychologists within the compact, so multiple states, practice across state lines, either just by telehealth or temporarily in-person practice. Well worth looking at as a way to increase the supply without taking away care for other groups. Especially, it's a common theme with all these policies is that it's especially in underserved areas, in rural areas, where access is generally troublesome or worse, that you can really improve the access for people in rural areas with these kinds of policies. 36 states are part of the psychology compact, so it's not it's not an experimental idea. It's this is being done all across the country. So to conclude, I know people are hurting. We have very good reasons to try to alleviate that pain, but just good intentions not sufficient when providers are in so short supply. If we fund some new program or bring therapists to schools or community centers, whatever the policy might be, we can know almost certainly that those are providers that would have been treating someone else somewhere else. And so we need to be quite careful and think carefully through that. Having those people be in that place is better than where they would have been. But as I've emphasized, there are options that exist for states to increase access to mental health care without merely reallocating providers from one group to another, and increasing this provider supply, telehealth, scope of practice, prescriptive authority. These are all promising areas that states are pursuing and that are effective at their goals. So those are my main points. I did want to bring in one more point because I have studied mental health outcomes in Medicaid for some time, and I would like to emphasize that just ensuring an orderly return of redeterminations in Medicaid program, like from COVID, we had lots of people that are on Medicaid that are not eligible. We do want to get back to a situation where those redeterminations, that Medicaid program is functioning the way it was intended, and where people that are eligible stay on Medicaid. But the reason I bring it up is that there is evidence from mine and others' research that lowering that the people that are eligible for Medicaid will get better access to mental health care if they with a smaller Medicaid program. Certain providers have quotas and will only serve so many patients. So by returning essentially Medicaid to those that are eligible for it, we do have reason to believe that those people will have better access. And so I do think that's an important thing to mention in this context. So that's the main things for me. I'm happy to answer questions if anyone has any.
Marcus, we do have some questions for you, and I'm just going to, I have a couple, but I'm going to start with just the one at the end there, when you were saying keeping only people who qualify for Medicaid on Medicaid gives a smaller Medicaid population. Therefore, when many of our psychologists, psychiatrists can only take a certain percentage of Medicaid patients due to the reimbursement level, then keeping only those that are qualified for Medicaid on Medicaid gives them a better chance of getting an appointment. Is that what I understood you to say?
That's exactly the theory that that we think is behind those findings. Yeah, it's
Thank
what
you.
logic suggests, and I yeah, that's exactly right.
Great. Marcus, we do have a couple of questions for you. We're going to begin with Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to go back to slide number 4, where there was discussion of expanding prescriptive authority of psychologists. You know, in Kansas, we have been hearing for several years about our poor record of overusing psychotropic medications by MDs who are very well educated in psychopharmacology. So I'm just wanting you to explain to us how we would balance this.
So how we would balance it? That's a good question. If your concern is that that the doctors are prescribing too many medications, you still have a big problem in that if people can't see a doctor and they ought to be prescribed medication, they won't get any, right? I think I don't think there's any clear evidence that that expanding authority, let me rephrase. If anything, I think expanding authority to mid-level providers, I think the evidence is saying that those providers tend to be more cautious with prescribing in their prescription practices. So if anything, I think the effect would be in that direction that you intend without any more.
So, okay, so I don't think that's a great answer, but I think that you're indicating that a mid-level would be using psychotropic meds in a more appropriate manner than a trained MD. But I do understand.
I think they're more cautious.
Time. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
And just to be clear, Marcus, you're not encouraging that. You're just telling us what other states have done. Can you tell us what other states have implemented that to allow psychologists to, that you said certain medications?
Yeah, we're not talking about Schedule II drugs here. We're mostly talking about having psychologists with additional training in psychopharmacology prescribe, mild antidepressants. So, think Prozac, that other providers are prescribing as well. So, does that answer your question?
Okay. Yes. No. I was asking a clarification for you that my question was what other states, can you get that for us, Marcus, have done this? I'm just curious. Oh, it's on the slide. Thank you. I wasn't looking at the slide when I asked my question. I apologize. Our next question comes from Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this overview. I have a different tact or a different question. Last year, as with many other states, the implementation of the national and certainly state 988 access code for those who are in a potential suicide crisis. And I guess my question is, there was some discussion into what the contribution would be or what the expense would be. I know that data is not back yet. It's still in its infancy, but as we look at the crisis hotline, my question is, as we look at the crisis hotline for suicide, 988, and we're getting that out, are there any early indications nationally, or even if you drill down to Kansas, as to how effective that is to connecting those who are in these crises to various providers and follow-up as we try to look at reduction and prevention from the suicide hotline list, the 988?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. I think as researchers, or as a researcher, it's definitely too early to say anything definitive about 988. I think we have other evidence that kind of service can be useful. I know there's research into, or there's interest into whether the geographic aspect of letting that be directed to someone in a more local area. Maybe that might be even better than just having the 988. But to answer your question, I think it's too early to say what the effect of that's going to be. I think it's a useful tool. I think it should be. I think it's a good development. We have a lot of people in crisis. I think we do need to do things to help them. But I don't think the evidence is in yet on that.
Well, Madam Chair, Mr. and Sir, the follow-up, I guess, briefly would be, as we continue to look at this, the numbers, from what I understand, are growing. This isn't exactly telehealth, though we're talking about that, but it has been a bridge, though the people that call in, I understand, are not able to be always located in the area where they are because everyone has a different area code. Just because you live in one particular area code doesn't mean you'll get the localized response and care to the mental health crisis leading to that level of depression, contemplating suicide. But the follow-up or concern that I have is, as we look at this new data, or as you evaluate this as a researcher, what kind of national models might emerge as we look at those areas where there is no access to care, no direct access to care, being able to get to perhaps a rural area or a provider directly. And if there's something, even in its infancy, that's coming out of that, because we do want to address this as these numbers increase by those who are accessing the 988 system. If there's anything that you can point to that might be even early indications of that, certainly I'd be anxious to hear it and to share that. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the follow-up. No, I certainly agree. The 988 is not telehealth treatment, right? And we shouldn't expect it to be. So when your follow-up is regarding people in urban areas, rural areas, I think telehealth is one of the most promising areas for those people, as well as some of the other things I mentioned, the pharmacists and expanding scope of practice for psychologists. When you ask about 988 and the geographic part, again, evidence is it's not clear yet. But what I will say is that it would surprise me as a researcher if the geographic aspect of being routed to someone more locally. It would surprise me if that would have a big impact on these cases. These are people call when they're in crisis, and it's, at least before ex ante, it would surprise me if it would be all that different for someone to be directed to someone very locally, as opposed to just within their state. I could be wrong.
Marcus, thank you. We do have just a couple more questions from the committee, and we have about 4 or 5 minutes here. So we'll go to Representative Ruiz.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I would encourage you to, if you go before other legislators in other states, to learn what they've already done in their state. We've already expanded the practice authority for nurse practitioners just last year. And we had the SIPAC, that's been 2-3 years now that we've had that. Yeah, but it's been passed. Yeah, it's been passed. And we have a majority of our community mental health centers are all certified community behavioral health clinics. So we are pretty ahead here right now, and I know we're doing more to be able to have mental health resources for our citizens, and I'm totally with you with the telehealth expansion. That is very much needed in our rural areas. Thank you.
Senator Fagg.
If I may, if I just may respond real quick, I do appreciate your comments. It was usually when I talk about this, I will tell people that they should repeal their certificate of need laws and do other things to expand their healthcare workforce. But exactly for the reason you said, you in Kansas, you are doing a lot of the things that are in this playbook already. So I took those out for that reason. But thank you.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Marcus, thank you for your presentation. As I listened to this, the thought that went through my mind was, is there any work being done on the actual cause of mental health issues today versus we're talking about the prescribing, we're talking about how we're going to take care of it. Is there anything where we worked on the front end of this to say what caused that, and is there something we could work on in that area? That's my first question, then I got a follow-up to that.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you for your question, Senator. Yes, there is research on that, and I, in terms of my perspective, that's exactly the kind of thing that I wonder about as a researcher, and why we're in this situation, and what can we do to prevent these mental health outcomes to get so bad in the first place. I don't think I have that much good news, to be honest. What I will say is there was one study that was out about a week ago looking at the sort of cognitive behavioral therapy in schools, basically trying to teach students to deal with their thoughts and their feelings before it becomes an issue, and to do that on a population level, meaning like before people have a mental health condition, can we teach the kids to manage themselves better so that they don't end up with the condition. And the reason I bring it up is this study that was out a week ago, happy to send it to anyone, was showing that we're just not very good at teaching kids this. The study actually had negative impacts on the kids. Instead of teaching them how to deal with their emotions, we basically taught them how to emphasize the negative emotions they had.
Thank you, Marcus.
Yeah.
I believe that Senator Fagg has a follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So with what you're talking about there, my second question was, when you look at global mental health versus United States, is this something that we've had more of an issue in the United States than the world, or is the world having this kind of problem?
Yeah, great question. I'll be honest. I study the U.S. I don't know for sure, so I don't want to say anything that's wrong.
Thank And then our final question, I think, is more of a comment from Representative Landwehr.
Yeah, I think, follow up, Senator Haley, to your comments on 988. If you want to know the data, you can get hold of Andy Brown with KDADS, and he chairs the 988 council that is monitoring this, looking at better ways to improve it, changes that may need to be made, et cetera. But the success is great. We have a requirement within that program that services we have to be able to get to a person within 1 hour, so we are covering rural Kansas pretty well. The other implementation we're looking at, which I know Oklahoma has it, I think there's a few other states that do as well, where law enforcement actually carries tablets that can get immediate access to a worker if they need it immediately before someone else can be on site to actually help them. So there is a lot of work that we've done in our 988. And in comment a little bit to you, Senator Fagg, is what we're learning in the area of mental health is that screen time is playing a big part, whether it's a computer, it's TV, the phones, in our mental health. That's a huge thing. And there's something, it's not just the contents that you see and that you're watching or doing, or game consoles, et cetera. It's also the way the lights work, et cetera, and what it does to the brain. Social media is playing a big part in it. And I think we're seeing more diagnosis in areas of mental health. And one of the things that has been a positive out of the K-12 MHIT program that we have in our schools for mental health is kids are easier to get over the stigma. And stigma is still a huge, huge deal today. People don't want to talk about it. They don't want to mention it. And when you see the commercials that show someone going around and they've got a smile on their face, but behind that mask, they're dealing with a whole lot of depression or other issues within their mental health. So that's kind of where we're at with it.
Thank you. Thank you, committee. Just a couple of quick things. Marcus, thank you for being on the call, and thank you for your presentation today. We have no more questions for you. Just a comment, committee. We hear a lot about we need to do more about mental health, and we'll go back to people who have committed violent crimes, et cetera. But oftentimes when you look into their healthcare past or what they were receiving, they were already on medications. They were on a regular basis going to see their counselor or seeing a psychiatrist. And so I go along with what you were saying, Senator Fagg, and what Representative Landwehr was talking about. There are some deeper issues here that people may have. I'm going to take just a moment to talk about my mother. When I was a little girl, when my dad would go off to work and I was 8 years old, he would say, "Would you go in and spend a little time with your mother? She's having a hard morning." And my mother had mental health issues, but we didn't know what that was called. And she would get deeply depressed about things, but my mom was an amazing mother. She would go in the room, put her apron over her head, cry for a while, and come back out and be ready to deal with her 5 kids again. When she was, I'm sure it was probably postpartum, at age 26 is when she had her fifth child, and was having some depression, and told my dad, "I just keep feeling like I'm going to kill myself, but I don't want to. I don't mean to, but I'm afraid that's going to happen." She was put into a psychiatric ward. They were just like, you're not going to kill yourself. It's just, you just need to go back home. You're not going to do that. I could tell you story after story of how things just got progressively worse. And my mother had unrealistic fears. She kept feeling like, "I'm choking. I feel like I'm choking. I need to drink something all the time. I'm noticing when I'm swallowing." She noticed when she blinked. Now I'm noticing that I blink. Oh gosh. Noticing things, unrealistic fears, phobias, but still doing her best to try to be a good mom. My mother started seeing a psychologist. I don't believe he was a psychiatrist, but started seeing a psychologist, and I finally went with her when I was 18. And the psychologist said, your mother keeps saying, "I'm worried I'm going to kill myself." So I just laid a knife right here on the table and said, "Okay, go ahead. See, you're not going to do that. That's not going to happen." I said, "My mother will never be back here. She will never see you again. I don't know how much money you've taken from my mother, but this will never happen again." And we have strong people of faith praying for my mother, looking for other options. It went from that, of the phobias, to pain, all kinds of pain in her body, and severe pain, severe so much so that we probably had her at an emergency room. I'm not kidding, every 2 to 3 weeks, my mom was in the emergency room with some kind of pain. They would say, we can't find a cause for this pain, so it's probably mental. So she was on 4 to 5 gabapentin per day. She was on hydrocodone, which when we think about this with Representative Concanon, 4 to 5 hydrocodone per day, slurring her words, still had the pain. And I finally, somebody were in the facility where mom was living, she was just in an independent facility. Keep in mind, my mom ran a company for 52 years with my dad, did all the book work, but still had all of these issues. And somebody said, you just need to take your mother to Mayo Clinic. I'm like, fine, I'm going. Went to one of the many doctors that she had and spent 3 days there. And on the last day, they said, I'm so sorry, we can find no physical cause for your pain. We think it's psychological. And my mom burst into tears and said, then somebody just shoot me now because I can't live like this. And you just sort of, to the point, if you have somebody in your family that has some kind of mental health issues that just gets progressively worse, you are looking for solutions. You're going from doctor to doctor, place to place. Finally, what we found is that, by the way, my mom had an unnecessary surgery, 3 of them. They thought this will help. We'll take her thyroid out, that will help with the choking thing. No, that wasn't what it was. It only made it worse, and she had to take more hormones, et cetera. My sister had inherited some of the phobias. Then her daughter had inherited, her daughter went to a psychiatrist who recommended fluoxetine, and I'm not here pushing that drug for her. And she said, Mom, I've been taking this for a month now, and I don't really have any of those thoughts or those phobias. I don't know, I'm so much better. My sister tried it and said, I just don't have any of those thoughts either. We finally convinced my mom she kind of took herself off the hydrocodones and got that down to where she was taking like a half of one per day, gradually got her off of gabapentin. She wanted off of these things. My mother now takes 1 per day of that one medication, an anti-anxiety. I'm going to try not to cry. For the last 2 years, I've had my mom just be my mom. None of the fears, none of the phobias, none of the physical complaints, nothing. Not calling me at 3 o'clock in the morning, I've got to do something, you need to help me. My whole life has been this way. And if you have, she was just misdiagnosed all the way along the way, and I think how different her life could have been. And now if you were to meet my mother, just saw her a couple of days ago, see her once a week, and she's just happy-go-lucky. She is in an assisted living facility in Lawrence that's absolutely beautiful and wonderful, and all the people love her there. And she's like, oh, honey, she's 93. Some of these old people, I have to help them with their coffee and their tea. I can't believe they forget how to use a pitcher. She's said, I just love it here. So many lovely, wonderful people. Some of these old men hit on me, honey, but I don't need another old man. So I just wanted to take, if you allow me, that personal opportunity. When we talk about mental health, if you've ever lived with someone, you just want solutions. And I thank God that we were able to get my mother off all of this stuff. No more surgeries that were unnecessary, but she gets to at least live the last few years of her life without any of those mental health issues. And I praise God for that. And I am so thankful. Now we'll get back to our committee. Yes.
We want to get back to that. Thank you. And I think for anybody who's listening, if they can recognize some of that, it helps. But just, your mother had a great turn for the best. And I see what you're saying. We wish it had happened earlier, but it has happened. And it also says not only is it affecting the person who's going through it, but it affects the whole family and how they operate. Thank you.
So now let's go to specialty courts update. And this is the Special Committee on Kansas Mental Health Modernization and Reform. And having chaired that committee, we had 2 days on mental health and also on suicide. And I will tell you, if you haven't visited the 988 Center in Lawrence, not far from here at all, it's a wonderful tour. I think you would enjoy seeing what they're working on and what they're doing. Thank you for being with us, Marissa.
Of course. Marisa Bayless, I'm the Deputy Special Counsel to Chief Justice Marla Lukert, and I was asked to provide an update on several recommendations that were recommended on the Special Committee on Kansas Mental Health Modernization and Reform. And also an update on the mental health multi-branch community of practice. So 3 recommendations were given to the judicial branch. All of them dealt with specialty courts. And so very, very broadly and very quickly, specialty court is essentially just a docket. So judges have a traffic docket, probate docket, so cases of like setting. Specialty courts can be, we have drug courts in Kansas, we have behavioral health courts, we have veterans treatment courts, we have 2 assisted outpatient treatment courts, and then next year we will have 3 pilot courts. We're working with KDADS for family treatment courts that we're very excited about. So essentially these courts, they have eligibility requirements for individuals to participate in them. Some are pre-conviction, meaning that a person has been charged with a crime, but their agreement with the prosecutor is to participate in the specialty court, meet the requirements, and if they graduate, is what we call it, per the agreement with the prosecutor, their charge may be lessened or it may be dropped altogether. There's also post-conviction, so part of the sentencing is to participate in a specialty court. Specialty courts are unique in that it's a little bit less adversarial. A lot of times if you go see a specialty court docket, the individuals are sitting in the jury booth, not like behind the table with their attorney. In the crowd are generally the stakeholders that participate in specialty courts. So community corrections, court services officers, mental health treatment providers, drug counselors, whoever is involved in that community and participates in drug court sits in the audience. And generally a participant, they take case by case, they'll stand up before the judge and they kind of go through where they're at in that court. The goal of specialty courts is to address the behavior, underlying behavior that is causing the criminal behavior. And the majority of the time it is a drug or alcohol problem or both, or a mental health issue or both. So that's what we're trying to address and to hopefully get that person where they're not returning to court, where their behavior has stopped, their criminal behavior, because we've addressed that underlying problem. The first recommendation was implementing recommendations developed by the Criminal Justice Reform Commission related to specialty courts and develop a process for regular reporting on implementation status and outcomes. So the Kansas Criminal Justice Reform Commission, they recommended the Supreme Court adopt rules for the establishment and operation of 1 or more specialty court programs within the state. So in 2009, the Supreme Court actually adopted Rule 191. It established a definition of specialty courts. It also allowed for some ex parte communications with the judge. So a lot of times a probation officer needed to speak with a judge where the defendant was not present because they're communicating about their treatment. In 2021, the Supreme Court adopted Rule 191, which created the Specialty Court Committee. So this committee is a standing committee, essentially. It meets regularly, and it's tasked with making recommendations to the Supreme Court regarding the development and administration of specialty courts. Rule 192 was also adopted in that similar time. It sets general standards for specialty courts, and it directs drug courts specifically on adult drug court best practice standards that they have to follow, which are published by the National Association of Drug Court Professionals. Recommendation 8.5, that stated to explore creation of regional specialty courts across Kansas and consider implications related to venue transfer for access to regional specialty courts. So our specialty court committee, they've discussed the idea of regional specialty courts. Generally, I haven't seen them have venue problems, which venue is just rules and statute and in criminal procedure of where a case can be heard geographically. Really, the specialty court model, though, is historically centers on serving individuals in that community. So it's not that we can't develop regionally special courts. The 31st Judicial District consists of 4 counties. And they have one special drug court in one county, but they take individuals from all their other counties. But really the problem there, the barrier that they faced was transportation, of getting those individuals in a timely fashion to drug court, making sure they had access to it. They've overcame that barrier. They're doing that now. But each judicial district is different. Some of our judicial districts in Western Kansas are 6 counties, very large geographic counties, and transferring an individual potentially every week 3 hours to get to their drug court may not be the most feasible thing. Some treatment providers also have a county residency requirement, so there's just some barriers that you have to address. So this recommendation, I don't know if we can ever say it's completed necessarily. It's just something that our courts, if they're starting one, they have to consider how they're going to do this. The last recommendation was provide funding for judicial districts that meet qualifying criteria to hire specialty court coordinators. So as I mentioned, there's just a lot of individuals involved in specialty court. It's more intense supervision than just regular supervision. And so it just takes a lot of coordination. So this year we did hire a full-time statewide specialty court coordinator. We were able to do that through a federal grant that we got. We also hired a grant coordinator. So a lot of our specialty courts, their primary funding is from grants. Grants just take a lot of time to do, and then they also have a lot of reporting requirements along with that. So a lot of times that is just a court clerk or the court administrator or an individual in that specialty court who's trying to do that, and so we wanted to provide some assistance from OJA. Our FY 2025 budget request does request several positions to help with specialty courts. So again, a grant specialist position to help with grants, but also collecting data. We also have a specialty court coordinator position requested at a more local level to help judges who want to start specialty courts, just with coordination. A lot of the administrative part of a specialty court falls on that judge, who also has a full docket and doing a lot of other things. So it's just a little more time intensive for them. So this position would help at that level. And then lastly, just an update that kind of goes along with this, the multi-branch community practice state delegation. So last year we had a mental health summit with our legislative and executive branch partners. It was a really good program. Part of that was requiring all the chief judges to send a delegation of individuals, so not just judicial branch employees, but mental health providers, stakeholders that they found in their community that think that they would be best. And the goal of that was to continue those meetings after the summit. So keep those communication lines going. If they see barriers, then the statewide community of practice would be able to hear those. So the statewide delegation is made up of judges led by Judge Winnell from Johnson County. We have legislators on it, including Representative Ruiz, Representative Landwehr, who participate on that. It's a very ad hoc committee that we do, but we're just trying to listen to on-the-ground issues, and then if there is a solution that could be had at the state level or legislative level, to see what we can do with that. So we're continuing to meet. We have some technical support now from OJA. It's a large group. It's made up of, again, like I said, a wide variety of individuals, including law enforcement, some high OJA employees, myself, legislators, and the like, to to try and really push and keep the communication going about mental health and what we could potentially do at the state level. Not to plug another initiative, but we are having a Child Welfare Summit in April of next year. So look out for invitations to that. And I know we have some Representative Kincannon on the Planning Committee. Senator Garner is too. So we're excited to do that as well. But I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Marisa. And committee, do we have questions for Marisa? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Marisa, for your presentation. How many specialty courts do we have in Kansas today?
So I have an email out to our statewide coordinator. It's roughly around 20. We just had in the past month 3 veterans treatment courts start: Leavenworth, Shawnee, and Sedgwick County. So it's a revolving number right now because we've just got started, but around 20. But I can get you a graphic that has all of them and their location and what they are.
Thank you.
So.
Representative Landwehr.
So Marissa, are you
Yeah.
the new Sean?
I am the new Sean.
The new Sean. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
I look forward to working with you. And I think, Senator Fagg, if you can always find out when the graduations are for those courts, and attending one of those graduation ceremonies is like nothing else. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. And it really gives them a good path. The reason that the courts are kind of slow getting there is because of the cost, space, having the manpower, et cetera. So that's my comment.
Committee, are there other questions? Yes. Oh, one more thing.
I'd be remiss if I didn't notice that Amy Deckard's in the back of the room there. Hi, Amy. For Representative Ballard and I, Amy has been a vital part of KLRD for many, many years, and we're still mad that she left.
Yeah.
I echo the feeling. Thank you, Madam Chair, even though you didn't recognize me.
But I do recognize you, Representative Ballard. I know. I appreciate that. Thank you. Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Amy Decker. Good to see you. We're gonna have to pile on. My question is for, the veterans courts, especially, that was the legislation I introduced for the veteran specialty courts way back when. I'm glad to see we've implemented and moved to other areas as well. Are any of them ever conducted now? You mentioned the larger jurisdictions where there are, but getting back to the other topic, are they sometimes conducted online? They're not always in court. Per se.
Yeah.
Are the preliminaries done or often conducted online or with, some Zoom sort of?
So I think when COVID happened, I think initially they did some Zoom hearings. I think there's a uniqueness about specialty courts in that there is a requirement of attendance, obviously, but potentially sanctions that happen for individuals who have either, they missed a mental health appointment or they have a dirty UA or whatever could potentially cause them to have a sanction and whatever level that is. Kind of requires an individual to be there. A potential sanction for some individual, depending on what the violation was, is an immediate jail sanction potentially for a couple days or whatever the judge deems appropriate. So I think there's a possibility sometimes of having it on Zoom or through a virtual format, but it does generally require, the judge wants to see that individual in person and to see how they're doing, to make sure that they had that communication with all of the other treatment providers that are present and there. So I'm not saying it can't be done or it hasn't been done. I know we did it a little bit at the start of COVID, but I think most of our judges would prefer them to be in person, even though that does, limit geographically kind of how far and wide they can be spread out. So.
Okay. Thank you, and welcome. Let me extend the
you.
welcome to you as well. We enjoyed working with Sean and look forward to working with you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee, do we have other questions for Marisa? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here with us today. Committee, we have a break scheduled in this time on purpose, just in case we should need to use it and run over from this morning. But we can go ahead and take a 5-minute, 6-minute break here, and we'll reconvene at 11. Welcome to the podium, Tanya Keys, who's the Deputy Secretary for DCF. Welcome to committee, Tanya.
Thank you, Chair Gossage and Vice Chair Landwehr and committee. Thanks for an opportunity to provide updates on items for or recommendations for which DCF was the lead agency. And I also have a couple of other updates that were requested. So that's what I'll go over today. The first one is around a foster care update, specifically item 3.3, in that we invest in foster home recruitment and retention by increasing funding and support behavioral health needs. That was the recommendation. A few updates on that. Last year, DCF added additional funding to child placing agencies for them to have a dedicated additional recruiter in their team to be able to build that capacity for new licensed foster homes. In addition to that, we created some incentives for child placing agencies and family foster homes, in that if they would be willing to participate in a program that would prevent any failure to place incidents. So they wanted to become part of a network and reserve one of their beds or their in their home to be ready on a standby basis to serve youth who might be at risk of what we call a failure to place, and that's also referred to as a youth who might need an office stay if we aren't able to find a placement. One of the contributing factors to staying in offices would be, sometimes they would be a sudden need, or they might be young people that, for reasons they need to be by themselves in a family foster home or with a relative. And so one way to help with that was to create what we call a standby network or reserve those beds. So that was created this time last year, I guess it's October. Regarding specifically on the training, we have a few pieces. We have entered into a contract with the Kansas Center for Autism Research and Training. Sometimes folks know it as KCART, if you've heard that abbreviation. So we're excited for them to start that. They're going to be doing some specialized training for caregivers. And, I think starting mainly with the population of families whose children are in foster care and being their caregivers, but there's also some potential for prevention as well. So we're excited about that contract. So that's a new, to augment that training array. DCF last year did create what's called a level of care or a type of placement for those children in the custody of the Secretary in foster care called therapeutic family foster homes. And we're excited this year we have additional budget, or this past session, pardon me, for $6 million to build capacity of that program. In part, some of that $6 million will go towards purchasing or procuring a statewide curriculum to support a therapeutic level of care for licensed homes, and in addition to that, relatives, and also some training modules and curriculum statewide that would be available to teams and workforce who is supporting those relatives and licensed family foster homes. About $3 million of that we have put out for capacity building grants, and that request for proposal is currently released, and we're asking providers or those who want to support building capacity for therapeutic family foster homes to send us proposals so we would know what they might need in their community that could be relevant for whatever their needs are. So those are some of the updates on building capacity and supplemental training and supporting caregivers around enhanced ability to meet behavioral health needs. 8.4 was related to defining the crossover youth population. And so updates around that, there's a crossover youth statewide team, and they have defined crossover for the state, and they've been operating under that definition for a few years. But kind of what's neat and new this year is the House Bill 2021 that passed in this most recent session. It did add a definition of behavioral health crisis to be able to help with some of the definitions that are needed for certain services or certain scope of services. So that has occurred, that is completed. And in addition to that, in that same bill, when it was fully approved and passed, it set forth that the Secretary of DCF needs to administer a needs assessment. And after that needs assessment is completed, that needs assessment can be used as a referral to access some of the services which have historically been available to youth who receive services through juvenile services in the community supervision agencies. Historically, you needed to be adjudicated a juvenile offender in order to access this service. So with this new law, it creates an opportunity for families to be able to receive the service without regard to an adjudication. The DCF foster care case management agencies will complete the assessment. They'll send it, and based on that community's array of services within their community service agencies, they can access a service through the community service agency and juvenile services. So that is new. The statuses DCF has drafted. The referral form that would be used, Department of Corrections Juvenile Services is reviewing that, and we are ready to implement once we can get the referral form out and make sure that statewide all the community service supervision agencies, are familiar with it and ready to receive it. But the assessment has been identified, the assessment tool has been identified, and a referral form has been drafted for that. 7.5 had to do around the cross-agency data, and there we have data sharing agreements with DCF, Department of Corrections, Juvenile Services, and we also have some where Office of Judicial Administration is also included, so that all three can share relevant data to be able to learn from. That statewide crossover youth work group is looking at some of that data. They've identified some additional data elements that they wish for. So it has been established that there are data agreements and data is being reviewed. And what's neat is they're still identifying some additional data elements that they think might be helpful. So the work is ongoing, but the work has been established and completed to create opportunities for that. Regarding 2.8, which is an update specific to the mental health intervention team program in schools, this past school year, we understand that 9% of students served in that specific program, which is not in every district and in every school, but for those districts and schools that are participating, 9% were children who were in the custody of the secretary and in the foster care program. The past few years, that has ranged between 10 and 13, so 9% was a little bit lower for this most recent school year. We're trying to find a way to look at that data a little bit more closely to see if there are distinctions between school districts or any geographic differences that might help us understand why it was fewer children through the course of the school year that received it. We don't know why the numbers are a little bit lower or that the percentage went down to 9%, but we'd like to learn more about that in terms of the participation. There are some additional updates for context that we wanted you all to know about and related to mental health access or array of services. And a couple of communities have a parent youth facilitation project that looks at, for families whose children are students at risk for truancy, there are a couple of programs that use a facilitator using sort of a mediation model, but it's called facilitator, to help increase that school attendance in an effort to prevent further truancy. And those are great programs, and those programs then provide access to other supports the family might need to help increase that school attendance. This year, just starting in July, so it's been a few months, the department was able to increase statewide multi-systemic treatment, which is an evidence-based program, and it is administered through DCF, but really the mechanism is the Family First grants that we have. And so that's a part of that, and it hadn't been statewide until this year. It's a service that's in demand and well appreciated, and we were happy to be able to provide that statewide. In addition, this past session in our budget, the department received $2 million to implement evidence-based programs within the foster care program. So for youth who are in the custody of the secretary, that $2 million is going to be used to implement functional family therapy. Sometimes the abbreviation is FFT, if you've heard that. And we're excited to be able to start that. We are going to implement that with the same providers who are current providers through Department of Corrections Juvenile Services, and that's Cornerstones of Care, Eckert, and Ember Hope. So should be seamless, and our foster care case management agencies will be able to request that service directly. That's how that will work for a family. We're also excited, just last week, the Children's Behavior Interventionist is a new program and service, and it became a Medicaid service last week. What we're excited about this is we are trying to increase the types of supports and the frequencies of supports for families to come into their home. And a Children's Behavior Interventionist has been used by Foster Adopt Connect a lot in Johnson County through Johnson County Mental Health, but it is someone who can come into the home for families who might be experiencing difficulties with their son or daughter. They can come in at difficult times, maybe a meal time, maybe bedtime, maybe other transition time, and help provide those supports and direct or model activities and other pieces so that families feel like they can keep their children at home and they don't need to be institutionalized. It's wonderful. We've been waiting for a while to get it to be a Medicaid service, so we're excited that as of October it's available through Medicaid. The providers that would want to do this could be any willing and qualified provider. So it might be a community mental health center or a CCBHC. It could be a child placing agency if they would wish to become a provider through KMAP and be a Medicaid provider. So we're excited that over time it could grow and be more universally available through any willing and qualified provider. So it's still new. They'll need to get staff hired and trained, so it hasn't started as a service, with the exception of probably Foster Adopt Connect and Cornerstones of Care, who have existing staff already qualified to do it. The last update was just wanted folks to know that, and I know some of you are on other committees and have heard about this, but we are always wanting to find ways for prevention and finding supports for families whose sons and daughters might be facing mental health or substance use disorder challenges. We want to make sure we're preventing the need for foster care. So we're trying to ask more questions about the family and how they're engaged in the community or how they're engaged with supports to find if there are alternatives so that their son or daughter doesn't need to enter foster care. And I thank you. That's the information on mental health. It's my understanding there was a question related to call wait times to the Lawrence Service Center. I don't know if you'd like me to address that now or after questions. Okay. Thank you for the question, and the context was a couple of months ago or a few months ago, maybe this summer, had received the question about long wait times for our phones. What we looked at most recently was August and September, the call wait times. And these are call wait times for individuals who might be calling us to ask a question about their application for an economic or employment support. So for example, maybe childcare, maybe cash assistance, or maybe food assistance. So the context of these call wait times is pretty specific to economic supports and those types of programs. And those are the phone numbers that they're calling. So we have had a higher than normal wait time. August and September, the wait times were still at about 3 hours, so it has not decreased since the initial concern or when it was brought to us initially. We want to reduce those times. Our goal is to really have what we would refer to as a one touch or a one conversation with the family so that they don't need to call us back or they don't need to send an additional email with questions. We really want to help them in one touch. And sometimes those calls take a long time. They have an opportunity to apply using a web portal. They can come into our lobbies or they can call us. And we are trying to do everything we can that if they're choosing to call us, that those wait times are as short as they can be. We've probably in the past 6 months changed some of our model and some of our strategies in that the workforce that we have, which is about a little under 600 staff across all of our regions, they are able to work on any application that's received anywhere in the state. So for example, if you're in Pittsburgh, you're not only just working on Pittsburgh or Chanute, you really have an opportunity, depending on when an application came in, to really serve any Kansan at any time. You're not just working on your own community. So we do have a statewide process, business process for managing it as like a statewide process. And that has really helped, especially helped us with Kansas City and Wichita, and make sure that the processing time and the wait times are leveled out across the state.
Thank you. And would you repeat the wait time, and they're waiting for what exactly? Could you tell us? So if somebody calls in.
So if someone calls in, they might have a question and they're trying to get an answer to, they submitted an application for a child care benefit, for a food assistance benefit, or a TANF, a cash assistance benefit, or maybe all three. It could be any combination depending on what their family's needs are. It could be one of those, or it could be all three. But they're calling us to either get a status of it, or they're trying to reach us to answer a question that we may have had so that we could complete their application process.
And the wait time for that again?
On the phone, the average wait time could be 3 hours.
And what is our plan to fix that?
So we have a few strategies. We have a way of dividing up work. So for example, we can manage, we have a queue so we know how busy the calls are and how they're waiting. Make sure that we have adequate folks who are attending to the lobby and only the lobby. And then we have a business process management for what we would call non-lobby. So it might be phone calls, it might be faxes, or it might be drop-off applications that folks are just putting in drop boxes. We want to make sure that we are distributing that workforce in the right way so that we can manage in-person lobby as well as phones. And we've dedicated more individuals to make sure that they're returning calls and answering calls so we can reduce the actual call average wait time.
Tanya, would you make a note that one of the first days that we're in session for the Senate Health Committee, I'd love for you to make a report that that's lower.
Okay,
And
yes.
tell us how you
Thank
did
you.
that. Thank you. Committee, other questions for Tanya? Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tanya, going back to page 4 of what you provided us on the MHIT, have we looked to see if the schools are actually getting the information to address these foster care children? And how much emphasis are we putting on the contractors to also follow up with the school to make sure it's happening?
Yeah, and thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair. We know that it's required in their grant that if it's available in a district or in a school, that those referrals are made. We also know there's context that a child may already have a provider that they want to continue with. So I know there's always that context. We're in the process of because we know that it went down a little bit, reaching out to the foster care case management agencies to understand where this might be happening. We don't know that it's happening everywhere. I think we're trying to start with the larger districts to see, but I don't have a full answer for you other than we are trying to make sure that if there are questions or barriers or some navigation pieces that we're able to fix whatever that is. We know some of it's working well because there are a number of children and youth who are able to access this, but we don't understand why it's a little bit lower this most recent school year.
I think you could probably take a look at 259, because right now we have a major problem in that program down there, and we're trying to figure out why. Where we think the district is allowing the liaisons to do other work, and the liaison is not allowed to do any other work for a school, period.
Thank
But
you.
apparently they don't seem to understand that, because we do know that the referrals have been down, period. And there's no reason in the largest school district in the state for that to be happening. And then
Thank you for
I still
that.
don't know how much emphasis our contractors are paying attention to this. Because if I was a contractor, I'd be saying, hey, this is great. Foster parents don't have to take the child to, different meetings. I don't have to get those arranged. The kids don't, and I understand having a different provider because you want to stay with someone you're comfortable with. That's kind of why this all started like it did in the first place. But the contractors are very, very frustrating to me that they don't see the importance of this and that they push for this program to happen and they make sure it happens. And if they're not getting the response from the schools, then they need to come back to you guys or to KSDE.
Thank you.
That's not on you, Tanya. My passion.
Yes, thank you. And the program there's a lot of gratitude for this program. I know everyone appreciates it, and it's that it would serve a special population of families who are children in foster care, but it's also serving all families who might need it, and that's so important as well. It's greatly appreciated.
It was just the Alpha group, so when we started the pilot. Yeah, thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Tanya, thank you for your presentation. I was just trying to get a perspective. How many child placing agencies do we have in Kansas?
Thank you for the question. And Madam Chair, there are 17 child placing agencies.
Okay. Follow-up question to that. Thank you, Madam Chair. So it said that you had added one additional full-time position in each child placing agency grant to augment recruitment. Do you track that to see the effectiveness of that one person that's being hired, and what are we getting any accomplishment for our money that we're putting into that? That's my question.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Our hope with that, and we do have outcomes for our child placing agencies in that it could be measured in different ways. You could increase capacity of those newly licensed. You could increase the total number of licensed family foster homes in that, that additional staff person is able to help with retention. And also another way to measure that is, are we supporting licensed family foster homes in a better way or different way to increase placement stability, and that they feel that they are supported to be able to meet every child's needs every day. So there are different ways that we can report it. We are looking at larger outcomes or aggregates annually. That's how we hope to measure it. There are some scale in that some child placing agencies are larger than others, and there are some that are newer to being a child placing agency, so they don't have as many licensed family foster homes. For example, perhaps they only have 12 licensed family foster homes, whereas an organization that's been doing it longer might have 300. So we do try to scale the expectations. And one way, I think, to have that context is, are they supporting children to have greater placement stability?
Madam Chairman, follow up to that. You're kind of skirting around kind of a question I had too. How many foster homes do we have in Kansas today, licensed foster homes?
Last week, we had just over 2,300.
Okay. One more, Madam Chairman. How many children need a foster home and is not placed? How many kids do we have out there in that area?
We have a number of levels of care. So a child or youth who's in the custody of the secretariat in foster care also, they might be in a level of care that's a group or residential home, for example, a youth residential center 2, or a qualified residential treatment program. So to the extent that we want to reduce or eliminate the need for group care or long stays in group care. There could be, around 300 children across the state who are in a group care setting that we want to support them to go live with a relative or go live in a level of care that's a family-based level of care. So perhaps a therapeutic family foster home, which is also licensed, or a licensed foster home. So that might be one way to measure it. Children who are in the custody of the Secretary in foster care are living and in out-of-home placement. If they're not living with their family, they're living with a relative or some level of licensed a family or kin foster care, or they're in a group home setting. There are some who are living in or receiving mental health treatment in acute care or a psychiatric residential treatment facility temporarily. And they could also, depending on their circumstance and their network of family resources, need a licensed family foster home or a therapeutic family foster home to help them discharge from their treatment plan. Did that help?
Sure. Thank you.
Committee, other questions? Representative Landwehr.
All right, Tanya, and this is on us because the three of us were visiting as you answered Senator Fagg's question on the placement organizations. How many did you say?
There are 16 child placing agencies who serve children who are placed in the custody of the Secretary. I believe there are a couple of other child placing agencies who are child placing agencies, but they're not currently, they don't have provider agreements with us to serve children in the custody of the Secretary.
Okay, but that's different than, quote, our contractors.
The 16 child placing agencies, yes, is different. That's broader than the 4 foster care case management agencies.
Okay, so we were in dispute. We had 3, 4, and 5. So who's the 4?
Cornerstones of Care, KVC, St. Francis Ministries, and TFI.
Cornerstone was the one we missed. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you, Tanya. Which?
I have a quick question for you. So, some history on the mental health intervention team. And so it looks like this was started in 2018-19. Is that what I'm seeing in your?
Yes, that's my understanding, was the first year.
The first year. So we had 1,700 students who were served, and 212 of those were in foster care. So how are these services billed?
That's a good question. The program is in the schools, and it's helped managed by State Department of Education. I don't know what percentage of it is could or would be billed through Medicaid as a counseling or other type of rehabilitation service. So I don't know the answer. I could get with the colleagues at Department of Education to know how districts are able to bill for the very specific mental health intervention service they provide in that school.
I asked this question in education on Monday and Tuesday and didn't get a clear answer. And they said I need to ask you guys.
Oh, okay.
When I go to, and I'm looking down here and it looks like more and more students. So if 552 of them are in foster care, this is for 22-23. And I'm assuming then those services would be billed per student, per visit with the mental health provider to Medicaid. And then of the other students, the ones who were identified as eligible and are on Medicaid, if they took advantage of those services, those would be billed to Medicaid. How are the other kids billed? Do we know?
I don't know.
Could you find that out for us?
I could. I mean, general practice might be that a family's personal health care might be billed first before Medicaid.
They could bill health insurance for a service being provided in the school.
That is possible, yes, but I don't know the definite answer, so thank you for the opportunity for me to follow up.
I would really appreciate that because we were told when we were looking at budget numbers, $45 million being paid from the Education Department through, and Medicaid, and then they attributed all of those $45 million in Medicaid toward the federal portion before our portion in special ed. And so my questions are these. One, are those dollars, because we know that it's not all federal dollars. There's not a program where it's all federal dollars. So we would have our match, whether that's 60/40, 70/30. So let me define my questions. So my question is, how are they billed? The billing breakdown, okay? And is it billed per student? Is it billed just in general? We have X number of kids from Medicaid here. So here is a charge monthly for X number of Medicaid kids, whether they are using the services or not. So how is the billing done, and how is it done for kids who are not qualified or not in the Medicaid system?
Thank you for the question. We'll follow up to get an answer.
Thank you so much. Committee, other questions? Seeing none, we have finished our morning a little early. We will be back, and we will recess for lunch, and we will be back at 1 o'clock. And that way we can finish up a little early for the day. Excuse me? It's 1 o'clock. We're going to start. Welcome to the microphone, Kansas Behavioral Health Indicators Dashboard Demonstration. Andy Brown, Commissioner. Andy, thank you for being here, and thank you for accommodating us for a 1 o'clock start time.
You're welcome, and I'm going to need just a couple of more minutes here to get connected to the WebEx, and then I'll be able to share what we're doing.
While you're doing that, Elizabeth, you sent us some emails this morning. Would just address that with the committee in case they haven't had a chance to look at the emails.
One of the items that I sent this morning was the video from Sunflower Health. We had technical difficulties yesterday, so I sent that out. And then the other item that I sent was the KDAD's copy of the long-term care facilities open, the data, the actual spreadsheet, the raw data. And then in addition to that, there was a 2021 presentation that included definitions of the data for reference.
Thank you so much for that. Elizabeth, do we have his presentation? Gary?
No, it's a demonstration, so there isn't anything in print.
Okay, Madam Chair, I think we're ready to start. Yep.
Go right ahead, Andy, when you're ready.
Okay. All right. So we'll do our best to navigate through this, but I was asked to come here today to present some information about the Kansas Behavioral Health Indicators Dashboard and how to utilize that website. And this is something that we started at KDAD's, I think back in about 2017 or 18. This was initially set up as a way for us to be able to monitor behavioral health indicators around the state. We do that through partnership with Greenbush, and they put together this information and keep it updated for us on this public-facing website. So anybody in Kansas who's interested in these behavioral health indicators can go to this website, look and see how their county's doing compared to the state averages, those kinds of things. And we intended for this to be something that we could use at KDAD's as a tool for both our prevention programs as well as our behavioral health, Governor's Behavioral Health Services Planning Council to use for making recommendations. We also use it to help us target federal grant funds and other things like that. So it's a tool that we use, but it's also public facing so that the public can use it if they want to apply for a federal grant for their county or something like that. They have that opportunity to come here and use this data to do that.
Andy, how long have we been doing this?
I'd say about 5 years, maybe 6.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. And the indicators themselves were developed in partnership with our state epidemiological outcomes work group, or SEOW. That work group is part of the Governor's Behavioral Health Services Planning Council and works with our prevention subcommittee to help track the not only the indicators, but also the incidences around behavioral health. So this gets updated on a regular basis as the source data becomes available to the public. So there's a number of information sources, and those are cited for each indicator. But each of those sources gets updated at different times during the year, and so there's kind of a constant ongoing update process where when new information becomes publicly available at the federal level or at the state level, then those indicators are updated in the dashboard. So this website here that I'm on right now, this is kind of the home page. I'm logged into it with my personal account at the moment, but any member of the public can create a free account from the website by clicking the sign-in link. Once you've created an account, you have the ability to save reports and come back to those. And you have the sort of the option to set some parameters for your user. So there's, first off, I'm going to click on this View State button. And that gives you this broad state level data in different areas. And you can see here that we've sort of pulled these different indicators into these different categories. So we have one category for income and poverty, one for crime, one for depression and suicide, another for problem gambling, one for family functioning, and then one for substance use. And all 6 of those groups of indicators, yep. Did it stop sharing? Gotcha. Yeah, if you go to that bar across the top, there'll be something that says log in. I think. Okay. So let me log out real quick and I'll go through that process. Okay. So is it going to cut out every time I talk?
No, so anytime any of the conferees talk, then it cuts out.
Okay. All right. Okay, so let me try this again. Okay, so now my screen should look the same as your screen, I think. All right. It's kbhid, kbhid.org. So I apologize for the technical stuff, but if you're following along on your website at home or your computer at home, you're going to want to go to kbhid.org. Or you can Google search for Kansas Behavioral Health Indicator Dashboard, and it'll come up in a Google search. Yeah, D as in David. Yeah. Okay, so then I apologize because what you would actually do on that black bar that's across the top is you're going to create and view a report. And then when you do that, it'll ask you to log in and register if you don't have an account. And then what that allows you to do is store those reports that you create and or print them out, that kind of stuff. So I'll log in real quick. All right. So once you've logged in, if you have saved reports, there'll be a little option there to look at your saved reports. And there's also a Contact Us button and a Home button. And there's a drop-down menu that allows you to select a county. or you can click on the View State button. So the View State button is where I went to when I was going over the categories. So again, at the county level, you have the opportunity to look at indicators that are in the income and poverty category, crime category, depression and suicide categories, problem gambling, and then family functioning and substance use. At the state level data, we also have information about problem gambling treatment, substance use and treatment, and then mental health and treatment. When you look at Sedgwick County, we can click on that and then click on a category like depression and suicide. And that's going to bring up a little sort of graphic there. You can kind of see where you have like green, yellow, and red and a meter. And it will compare where Sedgwick County is to the state value, right, for each of these different indicators. And you can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different indicators here around suicide. One of those is the suicide rate. Another is like the number of mental health providers per capita. There's information about suicide attempts from youth and plans from youth, suicidal thoughts from youth, and depression from youth. Yeah, go ahead, Senator.
Can I assume that if this indicator is all the way to the left, that means lower than the rest of the state? And does the middle mean average with the rest of the state? Can you help us with that?
Yeah. So when you click on the indicator itself, or that view button, it'll bring up the information about Sedgwick County specifically, right? And so when you do that, you can see that for depression youth, Sedgwick County's measurement is not on there, right? If you look, you see participating districts and then Sedgwick County across the line, right? And there's a 5-year trend. And the reason that is because this data comes from the KCTC, or the Kansas Communities That Care Student Survey. And so this data is only reportable on the dashboard if we have enough participating school districts in that county and enough parents that have opted into the survey for their youth to take the survey. So right now in Kansas, this is one of the challenges that we have around collecting this data. For the Communities That Care survey is a few years back, the legislature moved all those student surveys into the opt-in category as opposed to opt-out. And so that's impacted the way we're able to report data on the public level. So you can see like there's this measurement period of 2023. You get a 5-year trend that shows the participating districts. So what that means is that in Sedgwick County, we didn't have enough total student population participating in the survey to report at the county level. So we're only showing what the participating districts that opted into the survey came up with. And so when we do that, it sort of creates a situation where we have to be careful about comparing it to the state level, right? Because you're not looking at the entire county, you're just looking at those that have opted in. Yep, go ahead.
So I pulled up Johnson County, and it's identical to Sedgwick County.
That would be for the same reason then, because Johnson County doesn't have enough participating students in the survey to get the data.
So I'm surprised that Sedgwick and Johnson would not have a number of participating students. So if I were to look at each one of these districts, would they all be identical? Would it all say 34.64 participating districts?
No, and I'll get to that in a little bit.
Okay.
I've prepared a couple of reports so I can
Okay,
kind of try to
great.
show
I'll
you what
let
the
you
difference looks
continue.
like.
Thank you.
Yeah. So for each county that you're looking at the CTC data, you have to have that concern about whether or not the school districts in your county are actually participating in that survey or not. And then at the school level, this is for 6th grade, 8th grade, 10th grade, and 12th grade. And so there has to be enough students that opt in to take the survey for us to be able to present data as well. So if any community has less than 25% participation in a given year, then their county level data would not be shown. So there's a couple other things on this page. If you scroll down a little bit, you can see there's a button that allows you to add this to a report. And also a way for you to create a new report. And when you do create a new report, you can title it whatever you want. And then hit the create new button. And it'll basically create a new report that allows you to look at that. I'm going to go back real quick to home. And for now, we'll stick with Sedgwick County. And we'll select some different reports here. So another one that we can look at. Yeah, under depression and suicide, right? Yeah, but that's under the category of depression and suicide on that green bar at the top. Yep. Yep. So this is one of the indicators that we look at. And when you click on this one to look at the view here, you'll see that the data source here is from the county health rankings data, right? So that's a different data source than the CTC survey. And so we've done that with a number of these where they'll have data from different sources, both state and federal sources, that help us then kind of track that. So these are available online at the countyhealthrankings.org. And they're measured in a per 100,000 rate. And you can see that for Sedgwick County in the blue, they are higher than the state average, which is in green. And, our state average is 224, and in Sedgwick County for 22, it was 250.27. Yep.
Could you tell me again how you got there?
Sure. So from you can either click on your county or you can click on state. If you click on state, it'll give you categories, and then you can pick a county from there. But what you want to do is you want to have Sedgwick County as your drop down, and then go to the category selection would be suicide. Or depression and suicide. And then down at the bottom of that, there's a link for mental health providers. No, it'd be depression and suicide. All right. So then, so when you look at this one, you can see like it's got the blue line slash sorry for that, where the state average is on the dial from green to red. And it also tells you on the needle where the county is at. Okay, and then I'll do one more category selection. So you can select, for example, we'll look at substance use. So there's an excessive, the second one here is the excessive drinking for adults. So you can click on that one to view it. And you can see here that this is something that comes from the Kansas Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System, or BRFSS. Again, it's going to show that this is a survey. So this is the result presented as a percentage of people that were surveyed. In this case, they were asked, tell you the specific questions that they were asked during the past 30 days, how many days per week or per month did you have at least one drink of any alcoholic beverage? And one drink is equivalent to a 12-ounce beer, 5-ounce glass of wine, or a drink with one shot of liquor during the past 30 days on the days when you drank. About how many drinks did you drink on the average? And so you can see, like right now in Sedgwick County, it shows the results from the 2013, 2015, and 2017 surveys. And the Kansas numbers for 2017 were 6, and the Sedgwick County numbers were 5.5. Right, and so that means that there's less drinking happening in Sedgwick County than there is statewide. It's the survey data.
If it makes you feel any better, Johnson County's higher than the national average.
Yeah, so.
They didn't answer it's how they answered the question, right?
Okay, and then I'm going to try to save or open up this example report and see if I can get it to share on this one. Okay, so on this report, this is what the report looks like. Oh, shoot. It's just not going to do it, is it? Okay, well, so when you get to the report view, like, so after you've decided what indicators you want to look at for your county and your particular interest area, you're then able to generate a report, and it'll provide that report as basically like a PDF that you can print out or view online. And when you do that report, it's going to show each of the indicators that you selected and each of the counties that you selected. So if you want to compare multiple counties within your district, you have that ability to do that on here as well. And so on my sample report, I compared Douglas County to Shawnee County because they're neighbors. And what that does is it puts both counties' trend information next to each other so that you can look at it kind of side by side. So let me back up. So when you are in a county, and we can start with Shawnee, and we can pick crime, and we can do alcohol-related arrests, and then we can add that to our report. And then once you've named that report, you can go to...
We're lost with how to add things to a report.
Oh, okay.
We're logged in.
I set up an account, so I'm logged in.
I did too.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you go back to the home page.
Back to the home page.
Yep. All right, and you're going to select the first county that you want to look at.
Okay. We'll go to Sedgwick.
No,
Okay,
you're
we'll go
fine,
to
you're fine,
Johnson.
right there.
Okay.
All right, and then that's going to take you to the categories page, and you'll select the category of indicator you want to look at. Yeah, and I picked crime.
Okay.
And then that first indicator there is the alcohol-related arrests adult.
Right.
So you click on that. And then scroll down a little bit, and it'll show you down at the bottom, add to reports. And there's a box to type in a title for your new report. So you could just type in like,
It doesn't say add, it says export.
well, all right, so you got scrolled down far enough? Okay. So yeah, so then you just type in whatever name you want to use for the report. Yeah, mine's called Example Report 1. And then create new. Yep.
We want to add another county.
Yep, so now you go back to home,
Back to home.
select the other county that you want to compare,
Okay. Got it.
and then you're going to kind of repeat that process. You're going to click on crime again, and you're going to click on alcohol-related arrests,
I did that. Okay, now.
and then scroll down. And now there should be a drop-down box that has your report name in it,
Yes.
and a button that says Add to Report.
Yes.
So you just do that. And then in order to view your report, go back up to that top bar and click on Saved Reports. And then there'll be a, almost like a database file that'll say the name of the report, the date it was created, access level, and then there's a view button, a share button, and a delete button. And if you click on view, it should show you your report.
We did it.
All right.
Thank you for that step-by-step, and thanks,
Yeah.
Elizabeth.
And we'll try to get, I didn't have time this week because I was out of the office sick a little bit, but I'm hoping to put together a little kind of like step-by-step guide that we can share with KLRD and you guys.
Andy, is this something that, okay, who controls this site?
So KDADS has it under contract with Greenbush. So Greenbush manages the website, but we essentially have like the creative rights for it and all the ownership of it.
Well, I think somehow if, the steps like you had us go through needs to be explained on here, because I would have never gotten there without walking through it with you.
Yeah, we can do that.
Representative Ballard.
Just a clarification, is it interactive?
Well, it's interactive in the sense that anybody can go on the website and create any kind of report that they want to using the data that's available on it.
And I'm trying to figure, I was listening to it, can you ask for additional information? That's what I mean by
So it's not,
interactive.
yeah, so it's not an AI, right? Like you can't ask it questions. But all the information that's presented on there, you can put into a report and generate a report.
I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can you do more than 2 counties?
Yes.
Okay, so you could do several, go through the steps that you had us go through.
Yep.
And just add whatever counties we're wanting to do
Yeah,
comparisons.
so like if you're out in western Kansas and you've got 4 or 5 counties, you could put all 4 or 5 in there.
Somewhat interactive. I mean, that you could pull up.
Yeah, but you're just pulling up reports, but it wouldn't be, what you're saying, an interactive, no.
No, okay.
I think I understand what you're saying.
We pulled up Johnson and Sedgwick for crime and alcohol-related arrests. And so it shows that the state average is 181.2.32. What's that tell over a 5-year trend? So does that mean 181 people in 5 years? What is that telling me?
That's weird. Look at
You said you looked at Johnson County?
that's not right. Andy, the other thing is looking at this here, if you look in 19, when we're looking at Johnson right now. If you're looking at 19, the green bar is like 504. You look at 20, Oh, is that 430? Okay, never mind. I
Yeah.
couldn't see it.
No, it's
Never
okay.
mind.
It's
I
okay.
thought it was a 1. I was like, how does it drop 400? Okay.
The question that I had is, that's what I'm asking. So what's 18122 represent?
Okay, so this data, the arrest data, comes from KBI. And they collect it from local and statewide law enforcement that reports to KBI through the Kansas Incident-Based Reporting System, or KBERS. So this doesn't necessarily represent all criminal incidents that are committed throughout the state of Kansas, because it's dependent on reporting to law enforcement, right? But in terms of what the law enforcement investigated or looked into, in terms of crime reporting, these were submitted to the KBI and calculated for the report. And the rates use the population data by individual age from the U.S. decennial census of 2010. And so they appear large, even though there were relatively few incidents in the counties. So if you're from a small county and you have a large number, it's because that's representing a percentage of your population, right?
Oh.
So
the 181.22, I'll ask my question a different way because I'm not being very clear.
Which is the green bar.
Is that's over the state of Kansas, are we talking 181 people that were arrested
this is per 100,000.
per 100,000?
Right.
Per
So
year?
so
Over a 5-year period?
so it's 1 year.
That says
Right.
5-year trend at the top.
Yeah. That means that,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, we're looking at 5 years. That's the 5-year trend. So
Yeah, so
181,
the meter is based on 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just 1 year's of data.
okay.
And then below that, there's a 5-year trend, which will show you bar graphs for each of those 5 years that we had data for.
So when we did our comparison here with Johnson and Sedgwick, in Johnson it says 501.47. So that means in 2021, 501 people
Per
in
100,000 in Johnson
County
County.
were arrested per 100,000. Whereas in Sedgwick, it is 43 people
Per 100,000.
per 100,000 over that same period of time.
Yep.
We need to figure out what they're doing.
Right.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
yeah, and so that's kind of how this data can be used, right? Is you can look at what's going on in different communities that might be impacting those results. And sometimes when you go and investigate it, you'll find out, well, maybe somebody's underreporting their data. Sometimes you might find out that there was, a period of time that their system was down and it wasn't sending in data. Those kinds of things can happen. But this is where we start by looking at what information's out there that's been publicly reported, right? And so KBI has already gone through this data and parsed it and made it available, right? And that's part of the reason why it's older data.
Tool, a
Yeah.
very useful tool. And I know that's why we ask you to show it to us, and we really appreciate that very much. Committee, do you have other questions for Andy, or did you have something else to show us?
I can take questions.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Andy, I'm on Sedgwick County and on the one that you was on, alcohol-related arrests. It shows year 2021. Is that the most current information? So when we look at this, we're really looking at something that's kind of outdated a little bit, right?
Well, this is the most current publicly available data that KBI has put out for that particular report.
2021, okay.
Yeah.
It-
And it's, most of the data on here is going to be about 12 months to maybe, at the most, maybe 3 years old. Because what happens is as this statistical data comes in, the epidemiologists and the people that are statisticians that work at these agencies have to parse all of that and make sure that it's accurate and come up with the per capita rates and all those kinds of things so that they can then put that report out. Because they're getting raw data from the law enforcement, and they're having to turn it into these different reportable rates that are de-identified and don't have, that are comparable across counties.
So Andy, something like on this one screen here, when it shows 4325 in Sedgwick County, in 2021, it was 318 in 2020. It seemed like that one really dropped down big time. Yeah. Okay, so people weren't drinking when it's COVID? I thought it was the other way around.
Well, again, these are arrests that
Oh, they
were
weren't driving, they were
reported.
drinking but not driving. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So if you stay home and drink, you're probably going to be okay.
Yeah, okay. No, okay.
But it can be, I mean, like, local communities do different things for enforcement, and so there can be different things that impact it. Like, I know in Douglas County, we do sobriety lane checks, right, where we stop traffic and check everybody for a while, right? So there's different things that communities can do as prevention methods to try to reduce rates, right, and make improvements on those kinds of things. And so it just can vary from county to county what's going on. And when we see things that come up as being disparities between counties that are similar, we can then kind of go to the county that seems to be doing good in that area and ask them what it is that they're doing at the local level that's helping them, and then go talk to the other counties about what's going on in their county that might be causing their numbers to be high. And then hopefully we get some dialogue going and maybe some programming out of that.
Other questions, committee? Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So do I understand that this information that is gathered is not mandatory from all law enforcement?
So KBI only reports on the information that was submitted to them, right?
So the data could actually be coming in different ways from different law enforcement agencies across the state?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on KBI's reporting methods, so I'm not certain what all is in place for that. But I know that for the things that we manage at KDADS, you know, we rely heavily on our providers, for example, to submit information to us for our reporting. And so if a provider has a hiccup with their system, that impacts the overall quality of our data. And so there can be hiccups, for sure, that can come up.
Well, the reason I'm asking, and this goes back to where Senator Fagg was at, you know, looking at Sedgwick County, you have in 2020 a 318 number, and then 21, you have a 43 number. I just don't see any way that there could be a huge drop. So something occurred in that.
Yeah.
So I'm questioning
and you can
now
see
the reliability of the data.
The Kansas number went down too. So the Kansas number went down from 432 to 181, right? So there might be a change in the way they're reporting those. There might be a change in the enforcement procedures.
No, but that makes it unreliable data.
Well, it's reliable data in that it's what is submitted to KPI, right? So they've gone through it already.
You're killing me, Andy.
And cleaned it and parsed it and made it publicly available. So they're confident in it.
I guess I'm just wondering is if we shouldn't have a conversation with KBI and see if we should require a common reporting so that it is comparable data. Because to me, this doesn't look like it's comparable data. If one law enforcement agency reports one way and another one does the other way, this emits this statistic, and maybe that's the statistic we all want. Mm-hmm. Am I off base on that, if I'm not understanding where you're coming from?
Well, I'll say that law enforcement in Kansas, especially at the local level, has a lot of leeway in how they make arrests.
Right, and I'm not trying to criticize them at all.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to understand that it just doesn't seem to me that it's necessarily usable because it's not consistent, comparable data. It's not apples and apples. It's apples and probably oranges comparison, and that's not always good. Okay.
Well, and what we try to do is when you see an apple and an orange together,
Right.
is find out why one's an orange and the other one's an apple. Because when we have that conversation at the local level, that sometimes can lead to understanding about what that community is doing that's more effective than what the other community is doing.
So who is using this to have that conversation?
So our prevention team, our state epidemiological outcomes work group, and our governor's behavioral health services planning council.
I need to speak to them.
You're welcome to if you want to.
Thank you, Andy.
Yep.
Committee, other questions for Andy? Seeing none, Andy, thank you so much for this presentation. We appreciate it.
Yep. I'm sorry the tech didn't work a little smoother.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth. Oh, a follow-up question.
No. From yesterday, you had KDA's follow-up questions that you asked for today.
Oh, and he's going to answer that?
I think, are you talking about the jails, prisons? Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry, thank you for.
Yeah, if we got time to do that, I'm happy to do that too.
Elizabeth, thank you for jogging my memory. I'm like, I asked the question for Andy, okay? Yes.
Okay, so I think yesterday the question came up around the Topeka Correctional Facility and inmates that have mental health diagnoses. And so as far as Medicaid is concerned, when an individual goes into a correctional facility, they stop being eligible for Medicaid, right? So in terms of like Medicaid oversight, that person sort of stops existing while they're within that facility. So what we at KDADS do is we work hard on the front end to try to make sure that, again, we're preventing incidents. We're finding ways to put people into programs that prevent them from being convicted of a crime and then sent to prison. So one of the ways that we do that is through our outpatient treatment orders that judges can make for a patient to receive treatment in the community. We have the Care and Treatment Act, which can send patients to the hospital, state hospitals. We also are providing, crisis services and other services in the community to wrap around people. So we have our assertive outpatient treatment programs that we're starting as part of the CCBHC program, where again, somebody can be, who has severe and persistent mental illness can be connected to those services within the community under those AOT programs. And that then puts them on a track to being more successful in the community and hopefully avoid a prison sentence. So we do our competency evaluation and restoration services. Those services are really designed to make sure that somebody who has a mental health issue, who's not competent to stand trial, can receive both an evaluation and treatment services to make them competent to stand trial so that they can have their day in court. We also work on, while patients are in the county jail, we try to make sure that there's a liaison with the CMHC so that that person's treatment can be coordinated with the CMHC. And if they have a release date that they're coming back into community corrections rather than going to prison, there's an opportunity for them to get engaged in services there. Once they're actually sent to prison, KDOC has the treatment of those individuals under their purview. We re-engage with them once they start the track back to community release, right? And so that can be while they're still under parole or under papers, and it can be if they've just completed their time or have an early release. But what we try to do is make sure that everybody that goes into the prison system has an evaluation and a diagnosis and a treatment plan. And then when they come out, we're doing basically the same kind of thing that we do when the people leave the state hospital, which is sort of discharge planning, to make sure they're getting re-engaged in the community and have the best chance for success to avoid recidivism.
Is an inmate or someone in this, again, this was maximum security, and they said most of these people are mentally ill. And they said most of them don't belong here. This is not the proper place for them. Are they ever reevaluated and reconsidered for a state hospital or something else?
So generally, no. So when, what I would say is that somewhere out there, there was a judge that thought that that person committed a crime and needed to be in prison, right? So that's a judicial branch function. That's not part of my branch. It's not part of your branch, right? But they do use the sentencing guidelines, right, that we both have the opportunity to help shape. Mm-hmm. And so that process of determining if somebody's competent to stand trial is where people who need state hospitalization are separated from people that are competent to stand trial. Now, the decision that's made by the jury and the judge about where that person needs to go is based on the evaluation that's done by the CMHCs or by the state hospital and recommendations that are made to the judge. So each case is individual, but I would be of the opinion that if somebody has gone through that sentencing process through the judicial branch, then they're probably where they belong based on our laws and judicial system.
Again, I was just going by what the warden and some of the folks there that were overseeing these patients in the correctional facility.
Yeah, and it's certainly true that our prison system is probably one of our largest mental health providers in the state. They have, by far and away, I would guess probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like 400 to 500 patients that are inmates. And it is something that, we are very interested in trying to support KDOC and making sure that folks have a successful opportunity to come back into the community. And we do try to divert as many people from the front of that as possible. But it does, these are maximum security prisons, and the people that are there have crimes that they've been committed for. Yeah.
I totally understand that. Thank you for answering my question, Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andy, just follow up on that. So when they're in that treatment, are they Medicaid folks, or are they?
No.
And I knew that, but where is that guideline? So who's paying for that treatment when they're in there receiving the treatment?
Yeah, so right now, the treatment that they receive while they're inmates is provided by KDOC, and it's part of KDOC's budget.
Representative Landwehr.
And then if it's a county jail, it's county paying for that.
Well, county's a little bit different, because there are things that we can do to help provide services in county jails. So we've been working since that county jails report came out a couple of years ago with Sheriff's Association and with district attorneys to try to find better ways of providing services for inmates. There's a lot of projects going on around the state about that now that we're trying to get developed and initiated. And I think there's, we're allowed to use both some of our state funding and some of our block grant funding to support county jails. And we've been looking at ways we can make changes to Care and Treatment Act and some other things to allow for more local community effort to support those patients. We do have the Council of State Governments and KDADS have a partnership that created the Kansas Stepping Up Initiative Center that provides technical assistance to any county in the state around mental health in jails and how to set up specialty courts and those kinds of things that you heard about yesterday.
So when you say we have people that we're working with, would that be our CCBHCs, or are you looking at other providers as well?
So our CCBHCs have a jail liaison position that's part of their participating agreement with the state in order to try and make sure that there's a link between the jail and the CCBHC. And then the CCBHC can help with patient care coordination and those kinds of things. So it depends community to community how those relationships are established and set up. Here in Shawnee County, Vallejo works closely with the Shawnee County Jail to create services for patients. But Shawnee County Jail still retains their own mental health provider to work with clients and prescribe medications.
Thank you.
Yep.
Committee, other questions? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Andy, I was sitting, if I heard this right, on Medicaid versus prison. So guy's on Medicaid, he goes to prison. When he's on Medicaid and he goes to the hospital, does he get better services when he's in prison than on Medicaid?
That sounds like a trick question. Yeah, I mean, I would say that I haven't had the opportunity to go in and evaluate the services at the prisons.
Well, I'm saying, you know, that when that they go to the hospital, they get, you know, they have go to the dentist, that kind of thing. So I'm sitting there saying on Medicaid and the cost to the state on that kind of thing. So which one of these two do we pay more on? The guy that's in prison or the guy that's on Medicaid?
Again, I'm not really familiar with KDOC's budget, but what I would say is that for care that's received through Medicaid, there's a federal share that's paid for those patients.
Right.
Whereas at KDOC, all the dollars would be state dollars, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, that's something to think about.
Representative Landwehr.
Senator Fagg, and I was just visiting with my colleagues here, but I think it would probably be more, the services are more expensive, irregardless of what's provided in the KDOC system, because there's not a 60-40 match. Medicaid's got a 60-40 match. So that would probably be all SGF funds in the KDOC budget.
Yeah.
Now, that's an assumption, and we could have staff, you know, maybe look at that, check with KDOC, but I think that would be the assumption. Are the services comparable? I wouldn't have any idea on that.
Yeah. So, but they also don't have any access to private insurance either, you know, so it's all in the facility. Yep.
And I would say when we were in the correctional facility, I believe there were 3 of us here. I know Representative Ruiz and I and Senator Fagg were on that tour. It was quite enlightening. Senator Fagg, did you have something you wanted to add?
I think I can remember what I was trying. When you go into the doctor's office, thank you, Madam Chairman. When you go in the doctor's office, is he going to be happier seeing the guy from the prison show up or the guy on Medicaid? That's kind of, I'm just saying that those kind of things that match together would be very interesting. Well, I think that they, if I'm not mistaken, they bring him to the hospital. You know, there's things that go on that they take them out and take them to a hospital. So the question is, when KDOC pays that, you know, what kind of rates you're paying on that kind of thing is kind of where I'm coming from. Yeah, so I just interested in the dollars. The other thing that I would like to add, I had a sheriff's officer call me, it's back to what you was talking about, Andy. A gal's 8 months pregnant, she's ready to have her baby. In her county, they would literally go out and break the law so they'd go to jail so that the state would pay for that. And that was a big expense on a small county, you know, and they was trying to wrestle through that. So I don't know the answer to that one, but somehow the counties do need some help with that kind of thing, or the system. So.
Yeah, and we're looking for ways that we can help support specialty treatment courts and things like that, where like one initiative that we're working on right now with DCF is a family treatment court. And we have 4 counties here in Kansas that sort of volunteered to be part of a pilot project for us to get those family treatment courts started. So we're actively working on getting that model set up as a pilot so we can demonstrate the results of that to other counties. But that would be an example of a program that's designed to intervene in a situation like you just described, where a family is maybe desperate, commits some sort of crime that garners attention, and then they show up and the judge says, you know, this might be a case that we could refer to our treatment court, and they can get treatment for that family without having to proceed with a regular case.
Thank you. I'm sitting there thinking we're going to help treat that. And did they really need treatment? They needed insurance or money there. So just comment. Thank you.
Committee, other questions for Andy before we go into recommendations and comments? Seeing none, Andy, thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Committee, we are ready for comments and recommendations. And who would like to begin? Representative Landwehr.
Do you have my sheet coming? Yeah. One of the items that I had was from Christine Osterland yesterday. Just go ahead and give me both of them. Was for her to provide what core sets are you going to use? Because we're not really familiar. So what does core sets mean? That's not on here.
Okay.
This is, no, these here are ones on another issue, yeah. So I'm going off of some notes that I made yesterday right now.
I was looking for the one that says
No.
core sets. So we
No,
don't have that.
no, that's not on there. I could have sent these, I guess, to Elizabeth, and I did not do that. No, they're different ones.
Would you repeat that again?
Provide what core sets, what's within the core sets that you're going to use. What does that mean? Because if I understood it correctly, core sets, depending upon your population, meant different things.
Define core sets?
Yes, what is in those core sets? Yeah, because different populations meant different things. Reese has-
Representative Reese. You may.
Thank you. Were those core sets, are they on a specific page in the RFP? Because I was looking for it and got sidetracked, couldn't find it.
If you pulled up, yeah, Christine's testimony from yesterday. I can't find her testimony here. No, she was in the morning, wasn't she?
Uh-huh.
Why am I'm seeing one Christine, but it's not her.
She's number 33.
33, okay. Oh, it was under Janet's stuff, okay. Now, I should have wrote my number on here.
Page 13.
Yes. Yeah, so what I recall in the discussions with that representative was, depending upon which population that you're dealing with, core sets could have different identifiers within it. And I'm not sure if I'm using the right terminology or not. Have I confused staff as well? You're supposed to be able to dissect that for me.
Well, I was passing things out.
I know. Well, it's to provide what core sets are going to be used. And I believe that I asked that of her and she would provide them, but I want to make sure that we get them so that the whole committee can see those. Because this here doesn't say what is in those core sets. Because adult and a child would be different core sets.
Is that by Christine Bacher?
No, Osterland, the new Medicaid director.
Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Is this a recommendation? Okay. And so
Yes,
if I
so go
could-
on our spreadsheet. It'll go on the spreadsheet.
Oh, to
I'm
go on the
sorry.
spreadsheet. So this is an issue for the unresolved issue spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay.
Is everyone all right with that one? And then let's.
What
can I just-
we'll do, Representative, is we'll just present all of them, and then we will vote on them one at a time.
And then, and I may have given this one, I don't know if I gave this one to you or not, Elizabeth. What is KDADS doing to lower the number of Kansans on the BI waiver who do not receive therapy services to under 100. So what are we doing to get those numbers lowered? And I think I gave that language to you yesterday, Elizabeth. I think I may have sent it to you. No? Oh, I handed you my.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so you have my question down. I think also on that sheet, we may want to hear back next time from Marissa Bayless, and this was from today, to see how the specialty courts are going, and especially the pilots for the family treatment court. The thing about putting these items on the spreadsheet, it makes sure that we have that discussion at the next meeting. Are we ready to move on? That's fine. All right, and then committee, staff just handed to you, you should have one page that's got 3 items on it. And those 3 items I would request to be put on as the unresolved spreadsheet. What services are reimbursable by Medicaid or private insurance in the hospital inpatient setting for a patient screened and waiting for a state hospital admission? Are there obstacles to hospitals billing for services for a patient waiting for state hospital admission while still admitted to an inpatient hospital or in an emergency department? The second one is, how can CMHC/CCBHCs coordinate with hospitals to deliver services to people waiting for admission to state hospitals or SIAs? What services could CMHC/CCBHCs provide inside an inpatient hospital, jail, or other location where patients wait for state hospital admission? What potential eligibility issues would we run into with individuals that have Medicaid? The third one is, what statutory or policy changes are needed to reduce wait times or to provide mental health treatment to defendants while they are waiting for competency evaluation or treatment? These 3, well, it's 3 lines here, but it's multiple questions, as you can tell, came about in our conversations with Scott Bruner yesterday. And some of the things that they are trying to do, and I did visit with him afterwards to kind of get some clarification to help form these questions for myself, to see if there's resources until we can get the new state hospital built to get these folks turned around quicker and get the treatment started. And perhaps while they're sitting in a holding pattern with us, whether it's in an emergency room or a jail setting, can we go ahead and get treatment started some way? So those was what I would add to this. Those I would add to the bullet points I would add to the spreadsheet.
Representative Landwehr, do you have other
Well, I have
recommendations? Go right ahead.
All right. So then on recommendations is that KDADs KDADs will report to the 24 Legislature Bethell Oversight Committee on mobile competency pilot projects, including representatives from the counties participating in the pilot projects on best practices for outpatient forensic competency evaluation and treatment. Second point would be KDADs and the CCBHCs will report to the 2024 Legislature Bethell Oversight Committee on the availability of crisis services or other community-based services that could be provided to patients waiting in an emergency department, acute inpatient hospital, or other settings for admission to state hospital or state institutional alternative hospitals. And again, this goes back from the testimony that was brought before us by Scott Bruner with KDADs.
So those are legislative, they're not to go on the sheet?
Well, we could. I just had them as recommendations.
I'm just trying to figure out, we're doing year-end regulations for the recommendations for the legislature.
Right. This here was, the first 3 bullet points I had on this sheet go onto the spreadsheet.
Right.
So that we follow up.
And the others are legislative.
are recommendations for the report. Do you think they should be on the spreadsheet? Is that what you're saying?
No, it was just unclear to me if we're doing legislative recommendations, which a lot of times, our last meeting of the year.
That's what we're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Just-
this is my recommendations. We're
Okay.
just doing it all at once, is what
Okay.
the chair requested, yes.
All right.
I think that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Elizabeth, if I may, I was just making some notes on the first recommendation that was submitted by Representative Landwehr. And when I reread that, the wording that I have is that, if this helps at all, is in August of '23, CMS required states to submit stratified data in course sets. We need KDHE to define the breakdown of that stratified data per course set.
That's what I meant, Madam Chair.
All right.
Thank you.
We're on the same page. Committee, other recommendations. Representative Carpenter.
And mine is recommendation just for the spreadsheet. So yesterday, we had testimony from Christine, I'm not sure how to say, BACCI, about the home health regulations, and it was unclear which ones she was talking about, the home health regulations here. Legislative research presented the memorandum to you regarding the changes in home health become effective. The Secretary of KDHE stated that the regulations have gone into effect. KDHE would not enforce those regulations in areas of concern. And her statement is, I'm here today telling us that it is not being followed. I just want to follow up on that to see exactly what she's talking about.
Is that in her testimony?
That's in her testimony.
Where's that at? I'm sorry.
It's on the sheet. It's on the testimony from yesterday.
And whose testimony was it again, Representative?
Christine, BACCI.
Baki. Okay. Okay, thank you.
And I was just curious about what she was talking about. I'm kind of confused about, because I know we had those other health regulations that dealt with 24-hour nursing and the hours and all that kind of stuff, but I'm not sure this is the same thing or not, because these are providers for, she provides for physical disability, brain injury, frail and elderly.
So your question is,
Is that being implemented, and what,
because
to address her concerns in the,
that it's in statute but not being addressed? Is that what you're saying? That statement that was made in her testimony?
yeah, it says in here, the impact home health was surveyed by KDHE, and 3 of the 5 deficiencies we were cited with all centered around the new controversial regulations, specifically the completion of health assessment, which she talked about, for staff that is completed by a licensed professional, completion of a 2-step TB skin test, and a completion of a 10-topic required competency training, and an in-person evaluation of all HCBS services every 90 days. For the agency that is 100% Medicaid HCBS provider, this is devastating, I assume because of the time that it takes to do those kind of things. I just would like, I think that's something.
I had that in my notes as well.
Okay,
To
very
follow up
good.
on, that's why I was asking to.
Okay.
To follow up on that.
All right,
Okay?
thank you.
Very good. Elizabeth, have you found the notation? Okay.
That is to ask KDHE to explain the regulation connection. Okay.
Representative Carpenter, did you have another recommendation? Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my first one is at physical disability waiver at 2,381 on the waiting list is causing a little alarm, at least for me. And I would like us to review the causes of that increase And what populations are really being impacted?
On which population?
Your PD waiver. Because I think there was a conversation around frail elderly and everything else. And so, it's been creeping up on us slowly. And now at 2,381, that's kind of like the alarm button for me in many ways. And what populations are being impacted? And like I said, I specifically said frail elderly because I have had a concern for many years. Because remember, Department of Aging was its own entity. And we ended up merging them with others. And my fear has been, and I'm beginning to look at this number, that that population is not being cared for the way it probably should be.
And is that for the spreadsheet or is that a recommendation?
That's a recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure that, because we could make a recommendation for the spreadsheet.
Well, wait a minute. Well, so I thought it was going on the spreadsheet.
Yes.
But I will say spreadsheet then.
Yeah.
Okay. The second one, Madam Chair.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Seems like I'm on a waiting list kick right now, with over 5,000 on our ID waiting list. And tying in with the community service waiver, could we investigate ways that the state can perhaps expedite this community service? We keep talking about 2 years, and we know the list is getting larger and larger, but have we explored all the ways that maybe we could expedite that so that it moves quicker than we said CMS takes to do it?
Did you get that, Elizabeth? I think so. All right. Do you have other recommendations, Representative Ballard? Yes.
I'll give somebody else a chance. I have
Okay.
two.
Representative Landwehr has an add-on to your last one.
I think the question also needs to include, because one of the things that we forget as we talk about these things, because we do want people to receive their services, is that even if we were to eliminate that waiver,
Oh, yes.
there would not be the workforce to provide those services.
Well, that was
So we need
that was going to be my other one. Go ahead.
Oh, well, then go ahead, do that.
Okay.
Yeah. She wants to have all of yours at once, is what she's doing.
Okay, thank you.
so.
Well, the other thing I was saying, that even if we could eliminate the waiting list, we would have a workforce problem. So that says that we have to look at how do we increase the workforce. And in many ways, what we heard yesterday, that we may have to look at creating some kind of career path in order to keep the people we have in direct services and everything else, do something to booster that so that we keep that population and they don't leave for a better paying job or one that doesn't take as many hours. So we have to tie it into how to increase and retain the workforce.
Giving her time to write, Representative Ballard. Do you have another?
Two. I'll look at childcare. This past year, I think we added like 7,000 more childcare slots or facilities for them, but yet we know that we are woefully low on childcare facilities. And I think if we could explore, I guess that's the best way I could say it, of how we can have more childcare facilities available, which means we may have to look at the people that had to close those because of COVID and everything else. But how do we increase that? Because that's affecting the workforce number that we don't have because there's no place to take your children and everything else. So if we could look more at how do we increase childcare facilities and reasons that's keeping us from getting those facilities that we need now.
Did you get that, Elizabeth? Do you have one? A comment, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to remind that we do have an interim child care committee that is looking at those issues. And we've met once, and we have another meeting November 1st. And we are addressing those things specific. I'm not against adding it into this report.
That may be being taken care of, except I wanted to, go ahead.
I agree. We both serve on that committee. I think you're chair of that committee, are you not? Oh, who's chairing it? Okay. Maybe I'm Renee, and I'm vice chair or something. I don't know what I am. Anyway, serving on too many committees. But yes, and I was about to say the same thing. Representative, if it's okay with you, we can leave it on that committee.
May I just comment on that? I realize that we from the other, but that it comes from us, that this is something we have heard and what we need, and maybe that part of that report should come to us, because we know we're going to address it at least 4 times a year, to talk about that and have people come into us.
We could still put it down as a recommendation. It was just letting you know that is being addressed. And I also, just serving on that committee and other child committees, sometimes government's the problem rather than the solution. And the wonderful babysitter that I had for my daughter when I went back to teaching after my daughter was born, first it was my sister, and then she had written 3 books on babysitting that were in the Lawrence Public Library. She's incredible. She had 5 little girls the same age as my daughters. There were 5 little girls who had this babysitter together. Today she would not be allowed to be a child care worker because of some of the regulations. Mm-hmm. So one of the things we've asked as part of the child care committee is to look at those regulations and see which of those are a stumbling block for us to be able to have more child care workers. Representative Landwehr.
Well, I think and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Representative,
Okay.
but would be for this committee to have that report, and perhaps we look at it at our next quarterly meeting so that we stay on it irregardless of what happens in the legislature or what happens in any special committees, because it still involves Medicaid dollars at some point. Does that make sense, Elizabeth? Tagging on to Representative Ballard's request.
Right, so to clarify, so if there is a request for a report out of the special committee for childcare, and I don't know if that I said that correctly, that it also be shared with this committee, be directed to be sent to this committee.
Yes, and then to remind staff, AKA Elizabeth, that should be on the agenda in the next Oversight Committee. Yes,
quarter
first
2
quarter.
or quarter 1?
First quarter,
First quarter.
assuming the report's done. If not, it'll have to be second quarter.
Committee, other recommendations?
I just have one more.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Okay. We have heard how many times today Medicaid expansion. And I would
No, we didn't. We didn't hear that many times.
We heard it enough. I would be remiss. Oh, I knew you were going to give it to me. That's why I waited to the last.
Just stop it then.
But, oh, well. I will say, well, let's look at another state and see how they do it, and let's take their recommendations. Or this state does that, maybe we should look at that. Or how good we are at this, maybe we can share it. Well, you know, in this case, when I think about it, and because I hear it a lot in my community, there are only 10 states that do not have Medicaid expansion. And yet, we're not looking at those other 40 in terms of how did they do it or how did they change it. And we seem to be satisfied with the fact that we are in the very small minority of not having it available. And when yesterday we talked a lot about how complicated it is in order for people to get their insurance or going into the bucket and doing the spin down, and we talked a lot about it, and we know that if we had Medicaid expansion, perhaps that problem would not exist. So as I said, I would be remiss if I did not say we should at least look at the possibility, as we do other areas that we want to improve, and look at how. We shouldn't just put money on something because we don't have Medicaid expansion. So therefore, my recommendation would be that we at least get on a path in order to make Medicaid expansion available in the state of Kansas.
Representative Landwehr.
I think what we heard today, reading between the lines, because the agency wasn't prepared to answer our questions, is that not only for those of us that oppose the Medicaid expansion for many reasons, but we went from a Cadillac Medicaid plan, I believe it appears to me a Rolls Royce. And when all that stuff gets included into those caseloads, Representative, you're going to find out a huge increase in that Medicaid budget. So I think before anything happens, we have to see where we're at on the Medicaid plan.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't know, would Senator Haley want to comment on that? Because I was going to take us a different direction here, so you want to go, if it's okay.
Just a brief, and thank you,
Senator
Fagg
Haley.
and Madam Chair. You know, so yesterday, and along the lines of what expansion does or does not mean, I think many of us saw that yesterday, another hospital in somewhat rural Kansas, Harrington, closed, and the services are now available. Hospital services will be another 30 minutes away or so, though they'll still have ambulatory care. And we look at some of the positions that can be or should be maintained by the patient populations that would be served. When we look at expanding, or what that expansion would mean, to continue to not study or to have a clear objective after, as Representative Ballard has said, there are so many models to draw from and to look to, and to see if we can somehow avert future closures or of our system, of our healthcare system, and to provide for the personnel. I just think is something that I would hope that we would do. Let's not continue to live in the bubble of not looking at empirical data from our colleagues in other states, by and large, who have seen a productive healthcare system come from the expansion.
Thank you, Senator Haley. I don't want to belabor this discussion, but I can tell you I and many others have looked extensively at what other states have done, and there's not been a single rural hospital that has been saved by a state that expanded Medicaid. Senator Fagg.
Madam Chairman. Okay. I had another item we might put on the list for discussion.
Go right ahead.
We'll get off this one. Yesterday, we got a report from Stephen Anderson. That bothered me all the way home and all the way back this morning. And I'm wondering if we should say KDHE review the performance audit, which he gave us, and the performance audit presented by Stephen Anderson, Medicaid inspector, and address the issues brought to light and develop policies and procedures to cover those issues. Now, I'm just.
This is in anticipation of his audit?
I think that's the way I read that this was his findings of his audit from what I was reading here. It says the OMIG also complete a performance audit. So this performance audit's what I'm talking about. And this is where it come in to where he said, does KDHE have an effective system of tracking beneficiaries with multiple Medicaid identification numbers? That's one of them.
And now he will be coming back to us with an update on that audit. That particular audit is not complete.
Okay, now, what I'm saying, I guess, is should we have KDHE be reviewing this? Here's one. Does the Kansas Department of KDHE have an effective system for processing and tracking determinations of Medicare beneficiaries on the TransMed program? The answer is no, and he goes into detail on that. And I'm saying that I'm thinking KDHE ought to be looking at this and trying to develop some rules and policies to
Now I understand.
to correct that. So just
Thank you.
conversation, I don't know how
Do
you're
you
going
have
to
that,
word that.
Elizabeth? All right. Committee, do we have other recommendations?
All right. We were on one thing and we moved to another thing.
Yes.
So
Your recommendation was noted, Representative. We've just moved on to other recommendations.
oh, okay. I was trying to see, was it tying into it but separate? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Representative Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One for the spreadsheet, I'll start with that one first. And asking the committee to look into the relationship between the IDD waiver, direct service workers, and Medicaid expansion. See what kind of correlation that might bring to light. Hopefully, in my head, there's something. I think we could see that there's a direct correlation with that. I request the committee look into the relationship between the IDD waiver, direct service workers, and Medicaid expansion.
Of course, you understand that IDD folks already receive Medicaid, so they would not be part of the Medicaid expansion population.
Right, but there's a bigger workforce out there that provide direct services, not just to the IDD waiver.
And again, I'll just remind everyone, the committee will be voting on each of these recommendations.
Oh, I know you're not going to vote for it, but I want it on record.
That's okay.
That's what I was going to ask.
Exactly what it is you're saying. I don't
Oh,
get the correlation you're looking for.
right, well, just looking at the relationship between the IDD waiver, or really could look at almost all of the waivers, not just IDD, direct service workers, so like case management, and Medicaid expansion, is there a benefit to each other for Medicaid expansion?
Thank you. I think we've got it down. You may.
But the waivers that we have are exceptions to our Medicaid plan. You realize that?
Yep.
So they're totally different. So I guess I don't understand how you could
Again,
see a
Representative
correlation between those.
Landwehr, if I may, that we will be voting on each of these separately. Do we have other recommendations?
I do. I'm not done.
Representative Ruiz, please continue.
For the recommendations, I recommend that the state reestablish case management for the FE waiver. That was, that was taken away once the managed care or organizations were put in place. And the other three waivers, IDD was able to keep their case management. The other three waivers lost theirs. And again, because looking at where the numbers are rising in the frail elderly, the physical disabled, the brain injury waivers, but if we look at the frail elderly, they've got the highest number, and I believe that they would very greatly benefit if we would reestablish case management for them.
I think that, yeah, I was looking at that testimony. That was one of them that I was looking at as well that I had questions about. I think that was Susan Broxley.
Dan Goodman also.
And Dan Goodman, okay. I had
He
something
provided
Susan's
really
about that.
detailed information for us.
So, and I'm so sorry, remind me what FE stands for.
The frail elderly.
Frail elderly, okay. Did you get that, Elizabeth? Let's ask a question. What is the benefit?
Of case management? Well, that's direct service. It's that direct service, one-on-one work with the individual versus what managed care organizations are providing now, which is care coordination. So with care coordination, they're going to help the clients within a geographical area. But with case management, each case manager has a caseload. And each case manager is going to know their individual person that they're working with much more intimately and can help them, not just give them information, not just giving them resources, but actually taking them to maybe a doctor's appointment or maybe a physical therapy appointment that they need and they're unable to get there. I think we would see folks that would be helped, they would benefit from that and hopefully be able to stay in their own homes much longer versus going into some type of
Representative,
care.
if I may, could we say then that your recommendation is for them to look into what would the difference be as far as the benefit to the individual that's on the waiver? If they would have a care coordinate, because I think for this committee to say, we recommend that you do case management instead of, we're saying, this committee would like to see what a benefit it could or could not be for the individual. I don't know what services they're offering now.
It wouldn't be instead of, it would be in addition to.
In addition to.
Yeah. So it would be added to it.
So an additional cost, so the other thing we'd be asking is how much would the additional cost be?
Well, we could, but I'm asking that what I'm hearing you say is that we can't, as a committee, we can't make that kind of a recommendation, but we can say that, can we do a cost analysis? Is that what you're trying to?
Cost analysis, how much better would it be for the individual? Would it be better, what would the benefits be?
Okay.
Yes.
I could go with that.
And Representative, do you have other recommendations?
And I don't know, I didn't speak with Representative Concanon about the other two things that Dan brought up about the governor's conference. Were you going to say those? Yeah. Okay, I don't want to step on your toes.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to kind of piggyback on, I do think that there's some benefit in the targeted case management. We just expanded that into the ID community. We were losing folks. We upped the amount we pay to $75 an hour. And there is some benefit to that. The only thing that I question about that is in the new RFP for the new KanCare mode, it's heavily targeted in there, and I wonder if in lieu of that, because the implementation probably would take, arguably, after it went through the legislature and the budget process and all that, about the same amount of time. I think that the same thing could be accomplished through, and will be accomplished through the RFP process, and probably be implemented about the same amount of time. That's all I'm saying about that.
So then are you saying that we should proceed with because what we're asking for is an investigation of the FE waiver having direct services, and we would like for them to report back to us. And then once we have all that data, then we could make a recommendation that would say, then we recommend we add this. Okay, and you're fine with that. All right.
I'm just talking about the actual implementation.
The implementation.
Except the BI waiver.
Yeah, I'd have to, if they do an investigation on all of them, then but I do see some benefit to target case management.
Was for specific to FE, correct?
It would be great if we could include all the other two.
So, yeah, Representative Landwehr.
Well, I was reading his testimony, and he mentioned those three, FE, PD, and the BI. And the discussions I was having with Representative Ballard and Representative Carpenter was I could, see it with the FE and the PD, but not necessarily with the BI because of the lower numbers that we deal with. So I would say those two there.
So
And
would
then
you be-
reference back to the RFP, already gearing up this direction, so.
So your recommendation would be to expand your recommendation to FE and PD, correct? All right. Did you get that, Elizabeth? All right. Other recommendation? Yes, yes.
Yeah, that guy.
On page of the RFP, on page 86, and it's section 7.4.41, and then it goes down to section D, and it's number 6, and it says, identification of any other care coordination or case management services the member may be receiving from other programs, and a plan for coordinating with these services to avoid duplication of efforts. And that's all part of the personal care plan that is put together. So it talks about being able to work with case management.
As part of the RFP.
As part of the RFP and as part of the care coordination.
But you would like to keep your recommendation?
Yes.
All right, just to be clear. Committee, other recommendations? Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first one is that this committee continue to support the bill that we introduced last year, the House Bill 2050, and then there's an identical Senate Bill 45 to correct the CHIP eligibility income guidelines.
Representative Landwehr.
And we can do that, just like we did last year, and the caveat that I gave the advocates for that, there's a reason that that bill does not pass, and that's the germaneness to Medicaid expansion. That's why we can't get it. If they want it really bad, they need to get all parties to come forward and say, we'll keep Medicaid expansion off of it, because we are all totally in agreement with that change being made.
And I believe that's being done. And I think that we were there with that last year. But, and I'll repeat my comment from last year that we can fix all that. We can just pass Medicaid expansion.
That's a discussion for another day, Representative.
I can only tell you as chair of the Senate Health Committee, the bill that was brought to my committee had far more in it than just that. And so it was not passed through our.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was identical. Okay, so I'll just say House Bill 2050, then that was introduced by this committee.
Yeah, we just did a House bill last year. We didn't do
Yeah. There was a Senate bill that was brought to me that had that in it, but it had other things in addition. So I'm just saying,
Okay,
if
House
somebody's
Bill
thinking we
2050
already had
then,
it.
that we
yes.
continue to support.
Yeah.
The concept, I mean, your committee can do whatever it chooses to, but yeah, it is. It is.
So we don't necessarily have to reintroduce a bill?
Correct. Yes. Yes. Ready for the next?
Do you have others?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
So referring back to the testimony, the written testimony, and then I ask a question from Oral Health Kansas. From that, I like to recommend to the legislative budget committees to work with the agency and stakeholders in 24 to include coverage of dental exams and cleanings for adults in the Kansas Medicaid program. It's not currently, it's a value-added benefit, and from the testimony we heard, there's a lot of confusion there on what gets covered, what doesn't get covered, and the MCOs are different in what they do for value-added. And so it was brought to us as a recommendation that we just cover it all. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
I can just tell you, Representative, that's not something I can vote for. I can vote to say, could KDHE, could Medicaid look at what the additional costs would be if we were to cover dental exams? Not that I'm not for it. It's just I don't want to carte blanche say, do it. I think we need to have them come back and give us an idea of cost of that.
Well, can we vote on it like we are doing the others?
We will.
Thank you. Can I continue? We ready?
So I guess I was asking for a clarification. So your recommendation is that we just include that in the budget. Is that what I'm hearing you say? That
Work with the agency and stakeholders to include coverage in Kansas Medicaid program.
So you're recommending that we include the coverage? Thank you.
So we're ready for the next one. Okay. This one is the one that Representative Ruiz was referencing from the Senior Care Task Force work. One of the, two of the top recommendations were to reestablish, resurrect the Governor's Conference on Aging. A lot of those aging issues are kind of moved by the wayside. And the other one was to reprint the elder count and long-term care resource guide. Those were recommendations out of that task force. Like I mentioned yesterday, my committee no longer deals with senior issues. So if this committee might be interested in supporting that as a recommendation, like you said before, having it come from a couple of different places might give it a little bit more clout. But either way, I plan to work on it. So it's up to the will of this committee.
Could you repeat the name of the document again?
Elder Count and Long-Term Care Resource Guide.
Is it okay if we make those two separate recommendations?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one more. I picked this up out of the DCF testimony that we invest in foster home recruitment and retention by increasing funding for supplemental training on behavioral health needs and providing additional financial incentives to support the serious emotional disturbance, the SED youth.
Can you repeat that?
Invest in foster home recruitment and retention by increasing funding for supplemental training on behavioral health needs and providing additional financial incentives to support serious emotional disturbance youth.
Representative Carpenter.
Madam Chair, so just, are you talking about foster kids on the SCD waiver, or are you talking about just the waiver, the entire waiver? The SCD waiver?
I believe it's just foster youth.
Because I think it's about half and half. The kids are foster care with SCD waiver and just straight SCD.
Like I said, I just pulled it word for word off of the DCF testimony, and so my assumption was that it was just foster youth, but we could.
Yeah, it's about half and half, and really the issue on that SCD waiver is just staffing. We have the beds. We have a wait list of around 100, and we've had that, but we've got 100 beds around that we can't staff. So it's really kind of a,
okay.
I don't even know if there's a fiscal problem with that. I think it's more of staffing than anything.
And I agree with that. This is to invest in home recruitment So homes that are capable of handling those kind of youth and recruitment and retention. And then that supplemental training. You know, our foster families are, you know, they're trained in bringing a foster child. They're not trained in knowing how to handle all of the disturbed. So that was my thought, that we need to have that additional training. So that's where I'm at with.
Representative, I just also want you to know personally, nothing against you at all, but like reestablishing the governor's task force on aging, I would be more in favor of talking to House leadership about maybe putting aging back into your committee. We certainly have that on the Senate side, and my health committee includes that as well. So, you know,
You're
rather
welcome
than-
to talk to my leadership. I'd love to have it back.
So anyway, so I would be voting no on that, just because I feel like a task force is, you know, something much larger and honestly more expensive than having us to discuss it in each of our committees.
Well, the task force has already done its work. This is not establishing a task force. This is just that was
I had in my notes that the recommendation was reestablishing the governor's task force on aging.
No.
Oh, then I misunderstood. Thank you.
No, it's reestablishing the governor's conference on aging. It's once a year a conference. The words task force came out because that was a recommendation from the Senior Care Task Force that did its work. It was a year and a half committee or task force. It finished at the end of last year.
And if this committee is making a recommendation that there be a conference, I always look at that as, okay, what is the cost of this conference? What do we want the conference to accomplish?
We don't have to support it, Madam Chair. I just brought it up because it was one of the top recommendations from the Senior Care Task Force, and I'm going to proceed with looking into it anyway. But as we talked before, some of these things get a little bit more support if they are supported by multiple committees. And so if you don't support it, that's fine. I believe you were on the Senior Care Task Force, and it was, weren't you?
No, well, I was assigned to it, but I allowed Senator O'Shea to take my place because that is her college degree is on seniors and senior care.
She was part of that. So yeah, it was vetted then, and so I just was asking for this committee support.
And again, I'm just asking, what does the governor's conference do?
Well, that was a year and a half ago, and
you know, can understand what I'm saying? I don't even know what they did at the conference. Why would I be supporting that they have another conference?
Then I guess don't vote for it.
Yeah, and thank you. Just explaining why. Do we have other recommendations? Yes, Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the things that we've been working on, you chaired the committee. I'd like for this committee to weigh in on the community support waiver that came out of our ID, and we've been working on for years. You heard some testimony about that this time, but I just think that's very important that we get that as a legislative recommendation out there to try to remove or lower our wait list of 5,000 people in an 11-year time.
For those of you that don't know, the community support waiver is what I had mentioned earlier. That's just the name of it that they used in Missouri. We would use the same name. And currently we have a waiver that's all of these services. And so we have all these 5,000 people that are waiting, but they don't all need all of these services. So what they did in Missouri is they called it the community support waiver, and they looked at a reduced number of services that the majority of the people, that's all they really need. And so they had to get a separate waiver from CMS to allow this smaller list. However, they discovered that that took the majority of their people off of their wait list by allowing this smaller waiver. And so we are looking into that. They had told us initially it would take 2 to 3 years. We're trying to expedite that by working with Missouri to give us the wording on that. And I absolutely would support that.
Yeah, and just briefly, it's an $18,000 a year roughly cost. Our waivers now with all the services are $48,000, $50,000. So we can literally take more than 2 for 1 off of our wait list. I believe, and until somebody tells me any different, it could eliminate possibly half the people on our wait list and free up
And
slots.
actually, that's what they told us, the department told us that. They
Yeah.
recommended that they had estimated it'd be more than half.
Yep.
It's Representative Ballard.
Clarification, that was the second one that I offered, that was the same thing. That
Oh.
we try to when I said investigate and expedite the community search award.
Okay, it was probably just semantics.
Yeah,
That's okay.
that was the same thing.
The same thing.
Look at, can we expedite it so that?
Yes, I'm all for ways of expediting that, absolutely. Yes, Representative Carpenter.
So one more, and this thing has been around since I've been around, and I'm sure before, but we continue to deal with antipsychotic drugs. We heard testimony today. We creeped our way up to number 17 in the nation a few years ago. We have now slipped down, I believe, to number 42 again. And I just failed. I'm not sure, this isn't, I think this is more of a committee recommendation than it is for the legislature, but why? And I've heard excuses where one of the main excuses is that we have rural elderly doctors that prescribe, because they're old school, that they prescribe psychotic drugs more than, say, the new techniques or whatever. I don't know. I don't even care. I just know that it's an issue. It's been an issue for a long time, and I'd like to get to the bottom of it and find out exactly what is going on. Why is Kansas that much different?
And so how would you state the recommendation? So we want the department to?
Investigate antipsychotic drugs and why we are where we're at in the rankings again, and why we've slipped down there. There's got to be a reason for it. I mean, and why can't we get ahead of that?
Representative Landwehr.
I believe in our discussions as we watch that creep up, because that's an issue that Representative Ballard and I have worked on ever since we've been on social service, or we're on social services budget. She's still there. And the discussion that we've had the last few years as we watch it creep up is workforce. They don't have the staff to handle the individuals, and some of them can get rather violent and complicated. And unfortunately, that's what's happened to be done.
So every
Did you have a
state-
comment, Representative
Yes,
Carpenter?
yes,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. Thank you. So I believe every state in the nation has a workforce issue. And so why are we still at that rate? You know, I'm sure we can go to Missouri, Nebraska, Oklahoma. All these other states are having workforce issues just like we are. So now, the rest of that side of the story.
So committee, unless we have other recommendations, we're going to move to Elizabeth to start to read those so that we can vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I had a clarification on the last recommendation to make sure I captured it correctly. Is it determine the root cause of,
Representative Carpenter, this question is for you.
is it have KDAT determine the root cause of antipsychotic drug use trends?
That would be fine, and part of the other part of my question was the measurement compared to other states. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. The measurement compared to other states, are we, you know, I would like to think that we're all being compared the same, but I would like to know what the measurements are, what the criteria is, and how we got to where we're at and why we can't get ahead of it.
Representative Berquist.
And for clarification, how we got to the ranking we are in relation to the rest of the country. Okay.
Elizabeth, do you have that? Are you prepared to read those for us one at a time so that we can vote? Yes. Thank you.
Right. Do you want me to read the unresolved issues spreadsheet additions?
The ones that were given to us by,
There, well, I think I have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I believe. Is that what you have?
yes, please.
Okay, so I will start with those. These are
Yes.
additions to the unresolved spreadsheet. I did not quite capture what you said about core sets in my writing. I'll go back and get it, so I don't know if you
Okay,
still have it written.
I'll give it to you.
Okay, but the one from KDHE about what core sets are being used, as Senator Gossage stated, the BI waiver improvements, I wrote this down.
Remember, we'll do these one at a time.
Oh, okay, so we'll start with core sets.
So I will read the one, what I have, which is in August of '23, CMS required states to submit stratified data in core sets. We need KDHD to define the breakdown of that stratified data per core set. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, we'll move on to the next one.
Okay, and these are the three on the piece of paper that's titled Additions to Unresolved Issues Spreadsheet. So do you want me to read those out? No. Okay. These are the ones.
We have already listed in front of us. So the first one would be the what services are reimbursable by Medicaid. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Number 2, how can CMHCs and CCBHCs coordinate with hospitals? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign. And the last one is what statutory or policy changes are needed to reduce wait times to provide mental health treatment? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? You may go on.
And then we had a recommendation to have an update from the judicial branch on the specialty court, I believe on the number of specialty courts and how those are proceeding.
Senator Representative Landwehr's.
It was.
Okay. Representative Landwehr, does that represent what you had in mind regarding the courts?
To have this judicial branch report back on the specialty court.
For the family treatment.
Family treatment. Okay.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Opposed?
And then at what point, I believe this is for KDADs, do individuals go off of the brain injury waiver because of more improvement? At what point are individuals going off the brain injury because of no more improvement? And it's a team decision to take off the brain injury waiver. That's, so I think your question was at what point in time, or how many individuals are going off the brain injury waiver because of no more improvement?
Okay, because what is KDAD's doing to lower the number of candidates?
Oh.
Yeah. We do not receive therapy services to get below 100. Yes.
I apologize, I wrote that down way incorrectly.
That was her first, no, that was her first sentence, but then this was the recommendation. Committee, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Go ahead.
And then to move on to the home health regulations one, so to follow up on the home health regulations, have KDA explain the regulation connection to the testimony that was provided by Christine Bocci yesterday, the ones that she referenced in her testimony.
Say it one more time, I'm sorry.
To have KDHE make the connection for the committee as to which home health regulations are being Christine Bocci was referencing yesterday in her testimony.
Maybe we skipped that one. We need to have that one spelled out a little bit better. Was that Representative Ruiz's?
No, that was Representative Carpenter's.
Representative
He
Carpenter.
wanted the connection between the testimony and I think which home health regulation.
Oh, per her testimony.
Yes, per her testimony.
Which of those things that she was stating are not being done but should be done, and could they address those concerns?
I think it's the other way around. She's addressing the time constraint and the effort that it takes to do those home health regulations, which apparently KDHE said they were not going to implement, but they have.
So would your recommendation be that KDHE meet with Christine Bacci and discuss her concerns and report back to the committee?
That's fine too. I just would like for KDHE to report to us what the issue is and address her concerns.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And committee, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, next.
And then this is on the review the causes of the increase. What is causing the frail and elderly wait list? I believe this came from Representative Ballard.
No, it was reviewed the cause of increases in the physical disability waiver.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I heard the other one.
The PD waiver, because it's at 2381 on the waiting list, because of that, to just review why it's increasing basically, and what populations are most impacted.
All in favor, committee, say aye. Opposed? Next.
Then we have, we have 5,000 on the IDD wait list and community service waiver, and are there ways to expedite the community service waiver? Community support waiver.
And that goes along with what Representative Carpenter said. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Continue.
And then the last one I have for the spreadsheet is, what is the correlation between the IDD waiver, the direct service workers, and Medicaid expansion?
Committee, all in favor, say aye. Oh. Okay, repeat that.
So what is the correlation between the IDD waiver, direct service workers' salary, and Medicaid expansion?
Committee, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? No. I don't either. If you would read that one more time, and then we'll take a vote.
What is the correlation between the IDD waiver, direct service workers' salary, and Medicaid expansion?
Committee, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. And the chair breaks the tie, so I would say no.
Okay.
Next.
Okay, so that's all I had for the spreadsheet.
Okay.
And so now I'm moving on to recommendations. And so to start with the first two that are on your printed sheet.
And committee, we can all read those. KDADS will report to the 2024 Legislature and Bob Bethell Oversight Committee. I'm assuming you mean both, Representative Landwehr, when you have the slash. That means both the Legislature and the Bob Bethell Oversight Committee. Committee, all in favor, say aye. Aye, okay. So I'll do it one more time. KDADS will report to the 2024 Legislator Bethel. I'm just not reading the whole thing because it's right in front of us. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? The next one. Right, the next one, KDADS and CCBHCs will report to the 2024 Legislature Bethel Oversight Committee. Opposed? Continue.
And then the first recommendation I'm going to start with is how recommend, so it was Representative Ballard's. Even if we could eliminate the wait list, how do we increase the workforce? And so I think the recommendation is a way to create career paths to help keep and retain those direct service providers.
That was to be on the recommendation spreadsheet.
Oh, was that a spreadsheet?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yes.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. All in favor, say aye. Opposed?
Okay, so I'll mark that
Okay.
for the spreadsheet. Okay. Is the childcare one on the spreadsheet too? The childcare one? Yes. Okay, so this is,
Before you go to that, Representative Carpenter
And I might add that the psychotic drug
was for the spreadsheet.
was for the spreadsheet
Oh, okay.
also.
all right, and so we have, the next one I have, this is for the unresolved issue spreadsheet then, is how do we increase the number of childcare facilities and reasons preventing us from having them now? So we have childcare has 7,000 slots. Explore how we have more childcare facilities available, and how do we increase the number of childcare facilities?
That's on the spreadsheet, asking them to research that and get
On the
back to us.
spreadsheet. Okay.
Committee, all in favor, say aye. Opposed?
And
Go ahead.
then, back to the spreadsheet, then we have, I know I wrote it down here. Have the KDHE determine the root cause of antipsychotic drug use trends and the measurement, and how Kansas compares to other states, and explain the state ranking.
Representative Carpenter, is that accurate? All right. Committee, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Continue.
Okay. All right, so I think that that's all the spreadsheets. Okay, so we have the two recommendations, so this would be recommendation number 3. If any report is generated from the special committee regarding childcare, and I don't know if that's the correct title, it would be directed to this committee and presented at the next available quarterly meeting after the report is published.
Committee, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Continue.
Okay, and then that this committee recommends that the legislature look at making Medicaid expansion, the possibility of making Medicaid expansion possible in the state of Kansas. Okay. Sure. That this committee recommends that the legislature look at the possibility of making Medicaid expansion available in the state of Kansas.
Committee, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No. Oh, wait, let the ayes at least have their vote.
They
before you
did.
jump on top.
They
Yeah.
did. You were slow.
You guys were eager.
Chair breaks the tie, no.
Okay.
Continue.
All right, and then we have, this is,
Wait, one moment, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Representative Ruiz. Forward 4.
that the committee recommends. Okay, so the next recommendation would be that the committee recommends the state of Kansas to invest in foster care home recruitment and retention by increasing funding for supplemental training on behavioral health needs and for serious emotional disturbance youth. I'm sorry, it was invest in, foster home recruitment and retention. Is that correct? Okay.
Thank you, Madam
Senator
Chairman. Didn't we, that question I'd ask is how many agencies we had, because they hired one person that was to do recruitment. So I think I'm a little confused on that part, that we hired for recruitment on the 17 locations, and that was to help with foster kids. How that incorporates into what we're trying to do on this motion, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
She can speak about it, but I believe that what Representative Concanon was saying was increasing funding for training, for the supplemental training for kids with special needs that
For the
that foster
parents?
parents are not
For the
getting,
parents,
for
then.
the foster parents.
Okay, and that's not done now? You'd think that'd
I
be
don't
done.
exactly know what all training that they are getting. You know, we know that not every foster parent, of course, is receiving that.
That
And-
portion of it, yeah.
Right. And I was just saying that I was explaining to the representative that the reason I would be voting no is just because I don't want to make a recommendation from a committee, from Senator Gossage, that I'm telling them, we want you to invest in this without knowing how much this would be or
Yeah,
what.
cost factor.
Or what it would be. I would like to have it on a spreadsheet and ask them to come back to us about what training is being done, what training could be done, what's being done now, who's getting that training, the cost of that. So, and would you like to read that again? And let's make sure that that represents what Representative Concanon was requesting.
That the state of Kansas invest in foster home recruitment and retention by increasing funding for supplemental training on behavioral health needs for the serious emotional disturbance youth.
Committee, all in favor of this being a recommendation from the committee, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No? All right, can we just see a show of hands? All in favor of this being a recommendation from this committee, raise your hand. Opposed? The ayes have it. Go ahead, continue.
I believe so. Okay. On this next one, this was Representative Carpenter. You indicated that this was the same as Representative Ballard, so I'm not sure if this is a recommendation on the community support waiver. So that one's dealt with for the spreadsheet.
And that was on the spreadsheet.
Okay.
Chair, just a second. So, just to be clear, that is going to be a legislative recommendation,
That's what
the community support waiver.
Okay, so those are two separate things. So this is on the spreadsheet to say, how can we expedite it?
Right,
But you're saying to the legislature to support the community support waiver.
correct.
Okay. So
Now we're with you.
okay, so recommendation then is to recommend the reduction of the reduction of the wait list of the community support waiver by implementing an updated version of the community support
And
waiver.
let me just clarify, Elizabeth, you're not allowed to reduce this
okay.
waiver. So it's not reducing that, it's a separate waiver. It's called the community support waiver. It just happens to be a smaller
Oh, so
list.
recommend the addition of the an additional community support waiver.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, so let me read that again.
So it basically has, so for our purposes for this committee and for the legislature, is that it is the same waiver, it's a reduced number of services, and it has to be a different name and called a different waiver, so it's called the community support waiver, as is the same name that Missouri used. That's why we're doing that, to try to expedite.
So the recommendation would be that recommend the addition of the community support waiver to the HCBS waivers? Is that right?
It will be,
Just implement the community support waiver.
right. And just, Madam Chair, just for clarification, the way it's written is that someone that's on the waiver, the big waiver, could try the small waiver and have their slot held in case it didn't work out for them. So nobody's
That's true,
gonna
that's a very
lose.
good point. Mhm. The committee, you've heard the recommendation. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Continue.
That KDHE review the performance audit on the TransMed program that was completed by the Medicaid inspector and develop process and procedure to address the audit. This was Senator Fags.
Okay. I had KDHE review the performance audit presented by Stephen Anderson, Medicaid inspector, and address the issues brought to light and develop policies and procedures to cover the issues.
Committee, you have heard this recommendation. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Continue.
Okay. And then the state reestablish case management for the frail and
Could we
elderly.
go back to the one we just did?
Yeah.
That seems more like a spreadsheet than a recommendation to the legislature. It is a
Okay.
spreadsheet. Yeah.
All right, so to add Senator Fagg's recommendation to the spreadsheet. Okay. All right, and so this was, yes, so, I'm sorry, so this was Representative Ruiz. What is the benefit of the individual to have case management to be added to the frail, elderly, and PD waiver and include a cost analysis?
Again, that would be a spreadsheet.
Okay, that's a spreadsheet one. Are you going to vote on that?
Representative Berquist.
After this list, I have one that I'd like to readdress, but at your discretion.
Thank you.
Are you going to vote on that?
Yes,
one?
we are. So would you say that one more time? It was about the PD and the FE.
Yes, what is the benefit to the individual to have case management added to the FE and PD waiver and include a cost analysis?
And Representative Ruiz says that, okay, that represents what she had in mind. And committee, we're voting on this for the spreadsheet. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Continue.
Okay. I believe this is a recommendation from that the committee recommend passage of House Bill 2050 regarding CHIP eligibility guidelines. You said, is it recommend passage or continue to support? So the committee recommends that continuation of support for House Bill 2050, which is the CHIP eligibility bill.
Yes, Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd also like to re-add Senate Bill 45. I think you might have, they are identical. I had Eileen look them up. So you might have had it confused with another bill.
Actually, that's not the one that was brought to my committee, so.
Well, Senate Bill 45 is identical, so I like them both mentioned in that recommendation.
Are you checking?
45 was.
It's in Ways and Means. Look.
Oh, so it would have been in Ways and Means, but mine is the Health Committee, so it's not the one that was brought to my.
It's not what you were thinking of.
Okay, and is that all that is in 2050? Yes. There is nothing else. It just says that one.
But I thought you were looking, I thought you said Senate 45 was.
Right. So what happened is, as I recall, because I'm currently I'm peripheral to the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee, so I don't see a lot of things unless they're really bubbling. But last year, there were 2 bills that addressed the CHIPS limit that went to the Senate. One was a mirror of House Bill 2050, and the other one was something that was specifically drafted for Senate Public Health and Welfare. And it had other things in it. So what's in Senate Public Health and Welfare is not identical to 2050. For Senate Bill 45, which is in Ways and Means, is the one that's identical to 2050.
Could I make a substitute recommendation with your permission, Representative Concanon? And is that we support correcting the CHIP, whatever it is, and not necessarily put House bill numbers or SB anything.
The CHIP poverty level.
The CHIP, correcting the CHIP poverty level to. In statute.
To what it fits current day.
And if that happens to be House Bill 2050, so be it. But this way, in case that happens again, that we have something that comes across that's 2 different things. But I think we're all on the same page of supporting correcting the CHIP poverty level in statute.
Yeah, I guess as long as you have in statute there,
Yes.
I'm okay with that because, I mean, of all the and go stuff that could happen, the bill numbers could change.
And then we're saying, well, you guys supported that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm okay as long as it says in statute. I don't want to continue doing it by proviso.
House bill number from the 23 legislative session, too.
So if we're okay with that substitute, then Representative Concanon to support correcting the chip poverty level in statute to whatever. Elizabeth, if you know how to put that together.
Do you want to still keep it as a substitute motion, or do you just want to amend what Representative Buchanan said?
Are you all right with amending that?
It's
Sure.
easier to do it that way.
Easier to amend it, then we will amend it, I think, right?
So the recommendation would be support correcting the, I believe it's the CHIP eligibility income guidelines in statute as currently described in 2023 House Bill 2050.
Yes.
That works. Committee, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Continue.
Then the next one I have is recommend to the Legislative Budget Committee to include coverage of dental exams and cleanings in the Kansas Medicaid program. Recommend to the Legislative Budget Committee to include coverage of dental exams and cleanings in the Kansas Medicaid program.
And if I may, I would support, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, I would support something on the spreadsheet requesting that they get back to us on how many of the MCOs currently offer that as part of their value-added service, what dental exams and cleanings are currently included, how much more they think that would cost as part of a spreadsheet as opposed to our saying we want to budget for this. Would you be in favor of that, Representative Concanon, of putting that on the spreadsheet?
I'd prefer to see it as a recommendation from the committee. If it fails as a recommendation, that.
Then we can move it to the spreadsheet.
Yeah, and by the way, I just wanted to make sure it says adults in the, because the children are covered.
So we will start with the recommendation from the committee. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Oh, question. Yes, Representative Carpenter.
So are you talking about the Legislative Budget Committee, or are you talking about a Legislative Budget Committee? I mean, I'm on the Legislative Budget Committee. I don't know that we recommend and things like that, much like this committee, but we don't have budget. I mean, it's not a budget authority type of situation. So, right. And we don't go to appropriations. We recommend to appropriations, much like this committee, but we don't have budget authority. I mean, it goes through a budget committee and then appropriations. So I'm just,
Yeah, I guess I was just wanting to initiate that process.
So you could say through public health and social services budget or something like that, but I don't think you'd be accurate when you said the Legislative Budget Committee.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
So would you like for a clarification from Elizabeth, Representative Concanon? Or would you like to, well, let's let Representative answer first.
Did you change language on that?
No, I believe you said Legislative Budget Committee. I didn't have a the or a before. Recommend to.
So Representative Carpenter, what were you stating, that it would be preferable to say?
I would say if you wanted to go through that, I would say either the Senate
Social
Public
Service
Health
Budget.
or Social Services Budget Committee, not the Legislative Budget Committee.
Okay.
Representative Fagg, or
Thank you,
excuse me,
Madam Chair.
Senator Fagg.
Yeah. Just wanted to double check if, if it goes to that committee you were talking about, Representative Carpenter, is that, I'm thinking like review coverage and cost, you know, as we go into that. Would they be doing that in that committee that you're talking about?
I'm not the chair of it, but just as being kind of a wayside, I'd say that they'd have a hearing on it, and all the conferees and folks would come in, and we would have a cost, KDHE would have a cost.
Yeah.
And then the committee would decide one way or the other, much like public health would.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, we don't do that in public health at all.
Okay, that's true.
See, it's a completely different on the
You
House
have
side.
a subcommittee, your public
Yeah.
health.
We only have, no, we don't do anything with that. We have a budget committee,
Okay, that's what,
and that's all we have. So
but you
like,
have a subcommittee that's public health, don't you?
we have a committee that's public health, but we don't have a subcommittee for the budget for each of those. So the Public Health Committee never sees the budget for
Right,
health.
and that's true. I'm
Right.
misspeaking here when
No,
I say
that's
it.
okay, just it's different. It's different on the Senate side. You
Yeah,
guys have a
it's
budget committee for each of those committees, and we don't have that.
Yeah, and you don't have a
We
specific
just have a
person.
budget committee.
Right. You just divide up into subcommittees that handle X amount of budgets.
I'm just saying there isn't one for public health.
No, but like Carolyn McGinn has chaired the appropriations, the subcommittee for,
Right, and so but that's not the name of her committee. It's just been given to her. That's not the name of that committee.
okay. Well, it's the dark side. I'm not
It's
used
the
to
dark
working
side
with
on the
dark
Senate side. Like and I'll just say, like, it's very different than you guys because let's take education, for example, just so that you know. So then education, the people who did the budget for education will come in, present that to a committee. It's all in favor, aye, no, it's passed, it goes on. There would be nobody coming in to talk about that or a recommendation to that committee or appropriations for that committee. They just tell us what's in the budget. And so it's completely different than that. And maybe that's one reason why I have concerns about this, because on my side, the way I'm looking at it is that we, this committee, are recommending they put that in the budget. And I would rather see that we recommend in the spreadsheet, they come to us and say, we've taken a look at what it would cost, and we know that, you know, these two MCOs already offer this as part of their value-added services, et cetera. And you're saying, and it's different for you guys because you're saying that would happen in appropriations in committee, and we don't do it that way on our side. So I guess another reason why I would be a no, just because they would, just like they want us in the budget, so we'll put it in the budget. Yeah, exactly. And Representative Ruiz.
Yeah, I would just, the reason I wouldn't want it on the spreadsheet is just takes too long. And this just lingers on these spreadsheets, you know, and so this is something that needs to happen soon. So I would love it if it came to the Social Services Budget Committee, because as Representative Carpenter already described, the process that we go through that committee, you know, we do a good job of vetting.
I'm not a chair of that committee.
Yeah. Right, he's not chair, but
However-
there's three of us on that
However,
committee.
I'm the ranking member, and I would love to see it come because we would deal with it during the session in the early part.
When she said deal with it, all I saw was mafia. We will deal with it. No, I'm just kidding. We will deal with it. So that does give me a completely different insight into what you were talking about, Representative Concanon. I would like to then, let's vote on that first then on making this a recommendation from this committee. And then I would like to have a recommendation for the spreadsheet that the information be presented to the Public Health Committee on the Senate side. So, We're on your recommendation.
So I
of,
believe,
uh,
the
and
recommendation is
we'll read it.
recommend to the Social Services Budget Committee to include coverage of adult dental exams and cleanings in the Kansas Medicaid program. Okay.
Committee, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? This passed. And could we please, I'd like to add while we're on this topic, that a report be made from KDHE on how dental is covered, what the cost would be to add adult dental exams and cleanings to the Senate Public Health Committee.
So a recommendation that KDHE present
On the
to
spreadsheet.
Senate, on the spreadsheet.
Yes,
Okay,
on the
so
spreadsheet to present it in January to the Public Health Committee.
To this committee or the Public Health
The
Committee?
Senate Public Health Committee. This committee doesn't meet in January.
Well, they're supposed to.
Oh, it's supposed to.
They're supposed to have a quarter one meeting in January.
Well then, we could say to the Senate Health and this committee.
Okay, so for the spreadsheet, the request is to have KDHE present a report to the quarter one Bethel meeting and Senate Public Health about the cost of adding adult dental exams and cleanings.
Right. And what other dental services are currently offered by the MCOs through value-added benefits
And any other value-added benefits of the MCOs
regarding dental.
regarding dental.
Committee, all in favor of that? I know you're all listening intently. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Oppose? I think we have one or two left, and then we're finished.
I have 2 left. And so I believe this is a recommendation to reestablish the Governor's Conference on Aging, or of Aging, on Aging.
Committee, you've heard the recommendation. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. No. Okay. All of those, the chair is uncertain. All in those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? 4. Breaks the tie. And next we have the elder count guide, I believe.
Correct. And then the last recommendation that I have is the recommendation to reprint the elder count and long-term care resource guide.
And I just have a clarification for that, Representative Concanon. When we print this, it goes to whom?
It goes to, okay, are you familiar with the Kids Count book?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so it's the elder version of that with statistics. It goes to stakeholders.
So just update it, right?
Well, it hasn't been printed in more than 10 years. I think during the committee, we said maybe 20 years. Has it been? And
And when we say print, I mean, it could be updated, but then available on PDF.
Actually,
format.
yeah, this could just be online. It would be easier to be online because
Okay,
then we could
right.
keep it
Updated easier.
updated and more current.
Okay. So if you're agreeable to that, because when we say print it, I don't want people to get the wrong idea.
Make it available digitally.
Yeah, thank you.
So for clarification, is that you want the elder count and long-term care resource guide updated and made available and maintained and made available digitally?
Okay. Yes.
That's what she said.
Yes.
She just didn't know
Yes.
that's what she said.
Yes. Wasn't it? Didn't you have it? Good. Do we have any other recommendations? Oh, nope.
Yes, it did. We all supported it.
All in favor of updating the elder count guide and having it available on digitally, say aye. Opposed? No. Anybody else? Anything else?
Those were all the recommendations that I had. Did you have any other? Okay. I think
I'm
that's
sorry.
all.
Yes, Representative Berquist.
At your discretion and at the panel's consideration, I was confused on my vote earlier Representative Buchanan's measure towards foster parents and their training for mental health. And I voted not the way I intended. I wanted clarification on which way my vote went to, what pile that went into, whether it was the spreadsheet or what it was.
Invest in the training for, okay.
Yes.
I didn't capture, I mean, we could relook at the video and see if you were aye or nay, but I didn't write down names. Did anyone else?
No, not how I voted, but which.
Oh, it was a recommendation, I believe.
Okay, and that's not what I intended. I intended it to be
On the
something
spreadsheet?
on the spreadsheet, but I would just be at the discretion of the panel whether I could be reconsidered on that.
Perhaps, it did not fail. He was on the prevailing side and it passed.
It passed.
Okay, so we can do a revote on that if you like? Because you're on the
I would
prevailing
appreciate
side.
that. That's up to you, yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, let's vote allowing a revote on that issue, Representative Landwehr. I used to do that in my classroom all the time. We're taking a revote on whether we allow taking a vote on whether we allow a revote on that issue since Representative Berquist was on the prevailing side and it passed. No, we're voting to say we want to revote on whether it would be a recommendation to the legislature. And we'll revote on that. Okay, so all in favor of the revote, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, we are voting again on, and if you could read that.
Yes, and I believe this was recommendation number 4, to invest in foster home recruitment and retention by increasing funding for supplemental training on behavioral health needs for serious emotional disturbance youth. And so a committee recommendation is what I had it.
All in favor say aye. Opposed? No. This was on the recommendation to go from committee, and if that failed, then we could vote to have it on this spreadsheet. And so it failed, and so now I will make the recommendation that it go on the spreadsheet. It failed. Oh, well.
But that was on that was a recommendation list. Now she's putting it on the spreadsheet. I never saw that count.
Okay, we'll do by hands. All in favor, say aye and raise your hand. No. Chair bears the tie. No.
So the recommendation from the committee
The recommendation from
failed.
the committee failed,
Okay.
but now we're going to put that on the spreadsheet and ask that that KDHE let us know what type of supplemental training is done for foster families.
I think it was DCF.
DCF? DCF, not.
I mean, it was
Well,
invest in
KDHE
foster.
kind of oversees all, but
We didn't have an agency, so I guess for the spreadsheet, which agency would you like to report?
DC.
To
For
have
foster
DCF
care.
report, okay.
Yes.
Could we add that to have that recommended to the Child Welfare Committee?
So to
That
change,
would go back to the recommendation, though.
so you're asking to make a recommendation to the Child Welfare Committee
The House Child Welfare Committee.
to, similar to the other one, or to the legislative budget.
Yeah.
So instead of,
That would fail also. So because we will be having a Bob Bethell meeting in January, and they'll be reporting that to us in January, February, because we have a chair that's fickle and she doesn't know yet, but I'm just teasing. So when that comes, then you could ask them to present that. Does that sound good? Okay, committee, all in favor of adding this to the spreadsheet, please say aye. Opposed? Committee, thank you so much for your hard work today.
Madam Chair, please.
Yes.
I would like to ask if I could, please, since I'm not a regular member of the committee, that the votes that I did take in the affirmative that failed for those 3 measures be added, that I did vote in the affirmative, so I'm on the right side of history regarding the expansion votes that were taken. You didn't, the minutes didn't, none of the bills, none of them were taken?
They were not.
Well, for those bills that failed, for those that failed, if it could be mentioned in those that I did vote in the affirmative, you will be tracking that. You have to give a report.
We don't do that in committee.
Really? You don't keep minutes on what measures were offered and how they passed in all of
How
that we
each
just
person
did?
voted, no.
All the recommendations.
In our report, but we don't track the votes like you do in a regular committee. No.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah,
Again,
that's the first time, I guess, I learned after 30 years, you can't have your
Committee,
vote
thank you so much for all being here and for your attention. Staff, as always, thank you very, very much. And all of you out there, can't believe you stuck with us, but God bless you. We're glad that you're with us, and we appreciate everybody that's online. Committee, we are dismissed.